Hello, everyone. Welcome to day 2 of the DeSci London conference. Woo! There we go. It's a Sunday, but we're alive. So thank you so much for coming today. It's wonderful to see everyone here. Couple things before we hand over. So once again, for those that weren't here yesterday, fire exits, 2 at the back, 2 here. In the case of a fire, please go outside. There's a point that everyone needs to go to, and it's outside the building on Exhibition Road. That's like the fire, location. That's it. Medical-wise, if anyone is feeling unwell, contact someone that has like a DeSci London badge on them, or me or Barrett, and we'll try and make you feel better. We'll give you a cup of tea, a pat on the back. And then also, unfortunately, we had a theft yesterday, so if everyone can make sure to keep an eye on their own belongings, and also just keep an eye out. It's open to the public. So yeah, that's just the price that we pay for an open event. And without further ado, the first people speaking are very close to my heart. Very close to my heart because, oh yeah, and the door. Sorry. I'll get back to you guys. The door also, if you could open and close it quietly, just so that the people that are speaking don't get distracted. And yeah, so that's that. And back to Valida. They're very close to my heart because as a synthetic biologist and someone that's very passionate about DeSci, this is the project that just combines those 2 things, and they do it in a fantastic way. So if you could welcome to the stage Morgan and Albert.
Mic check. Yeah. Good. Let me just bring this up. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for coming to our presentation. I'm excited to be here, and I'm also excited to be in the university where we actually funded our first research project. Our focus is on synthetic biology. I think it's a term that has been mentioned quite a lot throughout this conference. Well, at least I heard Fiona mention it a couple of times yesterday. Our hope with this presentation is to give you some sort of primer on what it is and what the opportunities are, and then also how we're looking at accelerating innovation in this field using some traditional models, but also combining that with decentralized science. About myself, my name is Albert Anis. I've been in the field for the last 8 years, wearing many different hats. I've been a student, a researcher, and also an entrepreneurial ecosystem developer, creating networks to essentially support researchers bring their research to market. And I saw a couple of opportunities where there was a lot of friction points, and I always thought about ways of, the people that these researchers reach out to and ask for help, what if they could have some sort of additional incentive to support them even further? With me, my fellow co-founder, Morgan Richards. Please feel free to.
Yeah, so I'm actually also thrilled to be back at this university because this is where I got my master's. So I originally did an undergraduate degree in microbiology at the University of Liverpool, and then I was fortunate enough to be a DeepMind scholar for the Systems and Synthetic Biology MRes here at Imperial College. So I got a little bit of an insight into what lab life was like, and then quickly realized that's not for me. I'm like, 100 miles an hour kind of person, and I really want to get stuck in and make a difference in the world. So yeah, came across DeSci, met Albert, and the rest is history, really. So excited to be here today and for all the things that we're going to be talking about.
Awesome. So just a quick summary on what Valida is. Valida is one of those oddball projects in the DeSci space. We're one of the few projects that don't focus on human health. We focus on primarily on planetary health, such as technologies and biotechnologies that can create sustainable products and processes. We're a Dao-driven research funding and commercialization organization. So we don't fund discovery science. We fund science that can actually translate into a commercial outcome. And then finally, we use tokenization and blockchain to create new incentives for collaboration and co-ownership. And we really believe that this can drive a new way, a faster way from bringing research from lab to market. So what exactly is synthetic biology? The synthetic biologist sees biology from the lens of DNA, and particularly DNA as the programming language of life. Everything biological is governed by this particular molecule, and as engineers, they realized that this can be modified to create new properties, functions, products, and so on. And the pioneers in the space, Herbert Boyer and Robert Swanson, what they did in the 70s was they took the gene from human insulin, put that into a bacteria, easier said than done, and then essentially reproduced that bacteria in a steel reactor, and now we had pure one-to-one real insulin, and we didn't need to derive it from animal sources and so on. And what was really exciting about this discovery is that no traditional chemistry can actually produce this particular molecule. So only biology can really do it quite well. And that shifted the perspective of biology as just something that we study under a microscope to start seeing it more as an actual technology to drive impact. And this kickstarted sort of like a golden age in biotechnology. DNA became exponentially cheaper to analyze and also cheaper to produce, so we could do many more cheaper experiments. We also had advancements in DNA engineering tools, so we could do more sophisticated type of engineering. And then finally, the machines and the robots joined the game, and then we could iterate on this whole development cycle much, much faster. So what synthetic biology is in a very compressed, simplified form, it's making organisms do things that they generally don't do in the pursuit of creating products and processes that can improve the climate and, of course, human disease and so on. So this kickstarted a renaissance of new sustainable products that we just haven't seen in the past, such as materials. Biomason is a really interesting example because they've managed to emulate the process of limestone formation using biological organisms and thus have created cement that is 70 to 75% less polluting. We have another famous example, if you've seen this probably all over the news, cell-based meats. So reproducing the actual thing without hurting any animals. Of course, we're far away from getting there, but just the fact that we can actually do this is really incredible. And then, of course, more traditional industries like chemicals, so creating carbon neutral chemicals from CO2, and then also to more like niche type of products, such as tailored more towards consumers, so neoplants, they're engineering a house plant that can actually remove harmful compounds from your air. And I believe this is just the start. I think this is just like the snapshot moments before a major revolution in these types of products. And it's predicted that the total value capture from these products in the next 25 years could be up to $60 trillion. Now, you might think that this might be an overinflated number because it's McKinsey and so on. But if you really think about how many different industries that this could tap into, it starts making more sense. Now, of course, I'm not going to give you the whole doomer scenario and complain about the environment. We do it all the time. But like the global temperature is increasing. And it's doing that in a way that is way faster than before. And we haven't experienced this temperature anomaly in the past. Increased temperature leads to dryness. We can't do agriculture anymore. The sea level is rising. I'm not going to go there. But at Valida, we believe that synthetic biology can offer a solution there. And we want to focus all of our efforts in accelerating progress in this field. So synthetic biology research, innovation, technology development, the majority of that is happening at academic labs. And the reason for that, it's because not only is it a very capital-intensive industry, but it's also a very equipment and resource intensive industry. Like it's not as simple as just taking your laptop and start developing apps. So all of the research is compressed at universities. And as we, a lot of presenters before me and, between conversations that you've had with people in this conference, there's the incentives in academia are broken. There's an incentive to fund discovery type of research because that results in papers, right? And papers lead to more funding. There is really no incentive to improve something that you've already published and make it, work in a better way and drive it towards commercialization, because you can't really publish that. So the way that we look at this is not only is there a lack of translational funding, but academics don't always have the expertise to look at their projects from a commercial lens. They also don't have the network. They spend most of their time networking with other academics, so it creates kind of like an echo chamber of the same people that they interact with. And thus, you don't have this serendipity in that ecosystem of things actually, of a research project actually turning into something commercial. Now, of course, things are still happening, things are still moving in this space, but I believe that it could be done in a much faster way. So how we're looking at this and how we fund research is we really leverage the DAO. The DAO is our superpower, and the DAO is also synonymous to the community. We leverage the community. We create tokenized incentives to incentivize people to source projects, review projects, and ultimately make recommendations to the token voters on which projects that we eventually fund. And I believe that using this mechanism, we can bring many more perspectives into the review process and ensure that every dollar that we spend on research has some commercial outcome. When we fund research, we really see it as a partnership between the DAO and the researcher. One thing that we're seeing amongst the different bio-DAOs is that the primary goal is to capture, from the research that they fund, is to capture as much IP as possible from that funded research. I don't believe that's the way forward, because if you strip too much IP from the inventor, they really won't have an incentive to continue developing that technology. And if you think about it, they are the best person in the world to work on this particular thing. So you want to keep their incentive at the table. And at the same time, the community here provides that translational support. All of the ownership of the IP is encoded into an IP NFT smart contract that highlights the rights that token holders have and the rights that researchers have. So there's an aligned incentive between the DAO and the researcher. And how we're leveraging that is that we leverage the community to push this, the funded research and the IP that has resulted from that towards a liquidity event by providing business development support, putting together a C team, go fundraise, and bring that first product to market that they can start scaling up. We funded and spun out a couple of different projects. As I mentioned before, one here at Imperial, looking at producing sustainable food oils and fuel oils. We also have spun out a company called BioHalo. They work on producing alternative PFAS molecule, so like forever chemicals, if you've heard about them in the news. So they're making biodegradable ones. And also a project at University of Évry in Paris, focusing on AI and machine learning solutions to design experiments in a smarter way. And then we have a couple of more projects in the pipeline currently in review. One project is with a university in Seoul in Korea, looking at creating an enriched type of meat rice, they call it, that has a much higher protein content. We've also become quite bullish on vaccines for fish, because we discovered that the fish industry has grown like exponentially in the last 10 years, but it has also resulted in a bunch of more infections and outbreaks. And so we've been looking at the space, and we're looking to fund some things in the vaccine area for fish. And then also a big dream come true, we've started working with Professor George Church at Harvard. He's, in the last 3 years, pivoted more towards climate solutions, which makes us really exciting given that all of the discoveries and the patents and the spin-outs that he has generated in the health area. So what's next for us? We're going to continue fund, tokenize, and spin out more research IP. And I believe that we could potentially become the first DAO with a commercial company that actually has a product on the market because we don't have the long clinical trials. We're going to start looking into more AI agents to identify what I like to call intellectual arbitrage. This is essentially things that the sort of like the collective consciousness hasn't picked up yet. It's usually papers that are recently published that not a lot of people have started looking at, and we believe that these AI agents can quickly snap them up and derive insights that we can start taking action on. And then finally, we've started developing and are on the pathway of launching a new product called Flow, which Morgan will talk more about. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Albert. And great primer on synthetic biology. You can clap. Someone start. Oh, there we go. So what I'd like to do is talk more about the operational side and how DAOs and DeSci are actually disrupting this movement, and particularly how we're looking at doing that in the synthetic biology space. But in order to do that, we have to kind of challenge some of the assumptions that we have in DeSci. And when I'm referring to DAOs here, I'm referring to mostly bio-DAOs, right? I think we can get into this habit of saying that a community is the DAO, or our DAO is the community. We have around about 1,800 people in our Discord right now, and I can tell you that less than 10% of them are actually working for the DAO, right? So there's a huge resource, and it's not that they're not useful, but we don't have the space in the organization. It's too much operational overhead for us to manage all of these different people that are interested in different things. So what we have is a DAO that has a very specific structure, and I believe is really useful for a very specific purpose. So right now that purpose is on focusing on the funding and translating academic research. But the Valley community is, as I said, thousands of people that have various levels of expertise, huge networks that we can tap into. But we're not doing that right now because we're in a Discord server and it's really, really hard to communicate one-to-one, let alone amongst the larger group. So what we've been thinking about doing is how do we move away from Discord? Like what's the next generation of DAOs? And we think the only way to move forwards is to get off Discord and actually provide a platform that's more familiar to researchers themselves and something that can provide solutions to all of the problems that they have directly. And Valida, or the community, is kind of out of the way of all of that, right? Like the community shouldn't feel like, oh, I'm in an organization. You want to feel like you're in a community. So here we've got listed all of the things that Valida and Valley community can do collectively. But as I said, we want to make this, and I think over time we've really figured this out ourselves, that Valida has and should have a very specific purpose, which is highlighted here on the right-hand side. But the whole business model of DAOs, or at least bio-DAOs, as we know them today, is built on something that we essentially don't own. And this is this pillar on the left-hand side, which is the Valley community, or the synthetic biology community. So our model is to find, fund, and translate research, but we're basing that off of an already broken system. And as many people in the DeSci space are aware, academia is pretty messy, and there are a lot of problems that need solving. So if we were to base our entire company on a system that's broken, then we're already starting on an uphill battle. So in order for us to take science, turn it into technology, and hopefully raise more capital to keep funding science, we need to focus on this broken link and what we can do to make that better. So another one of the broken kind of assumptions is talking about community as a product. As I said, Valida does not own its community. Those people can leave anytime they want, and they act as completely independent agents. But what is true is that the community needs products. So why does people come to Valida's Discord? And I've spoken to hundreds of them. And they're all saying the same things, right? Either they want funding or they want to meet people that are working on similar things and can provide them the expertise and support that they need to take their idea to the real world and create an impact. So as I said, we want to focus on that link, and we really want to build something that's going to provide a better system for the scientific community so that that whole flywheel can actually function. So we interviewed over 50 researchers in quite extensive interviews, and you'd be surprised, and Albert told me not to say 100% because it's an unbelievable number, but 100% of them said that collaboration is important to achieving successful outcomes in their research. 2/3 of that said that collaboration is crucial. In other words, that they entirely depended on that collaboration to have successful outcomes in their research. Some of the other problems that we identified are on the right-hand side here, like assembling a team, how do they trust each other, sharing the knowledge and data amongst each other, managing that team as an effective collaboration, ensuring that people are engaged, incentivized, and can share the benefits of what they develop. And of course, the big elephant in the room is always accessing capital to take those ideas to the next stage. So what we've been working on is taking all of that feedback and all of those problems to develop an online platform that we can then shift away from Discord to, that's going to provide that value to those researchers and hopefully line all of those stars up so they can actually reach those moonshots. So Flow is what we like to call the future of collaborative innovation. And it's really kind of like similar to Research Hub, but I think of it as Translation Hub, where we're not just talking about research, but we're actually really strategically trying to line up those opportunities so that people can go from lab to real-world impact. And so, as I said, we've got this diverse community of all these different stakeholders. I'm not going to go through them all individually, but that's what a community is, right? It's chaotic, it's dynamic, it grows, it shrinks, but it's not hugely useful to the ecosystem in its current form. And if we want to use DeSci and ValiDAO's community to accelerate research, then we need to build an ecosystem, not just a community. So what we think of doing is, as I said, lining up all of these stars. And this is a very oversimplification of the process. It's much more complex than that. But it just shows you how we can start to organize these chaotic components and agents that we have in this system to create a system that is very linear, very sequential, and that people know exactly what they should be doing, at what stage, who they should be talking to, and what opportunities exist for them to get to that next stage. And if all of those things feel as easy and simple as a linear process like this, then we believe that that's going to really help that broken link in academia, specifically focusing on that translational component. So this is kind of like, as I said, a way you can organize those agents at those different stages. And you shouldn't be talking to consumers at the very beginning of your foundational research, because it's just going to distract you. It's going to move you away from what's most important. So Flow is the home for scientists and entrepreneurs who want to make a difference in the world by directly tackling complex scientific, social, and economic issues through collaboration. And we build it on these 3 pillars and the things that we think are most important. So the first one is shared knowledge. The second is transparency and trust. And we believe that leads us to meaningful collaborations. So this is just like an overview of how we're thinking about developing those features. Right now, we're building the prototype of this platform. And if you want to be involved in the feedback process, the development process, and figuring out how we're going to actually make this work, then you can join our beta. So if you scan the QR code, it will take you to a little registration page. You just fill out your name, email, and we'll be in touch with you very soon, because we will be launching something that we're really, really excited to get people engaged on. We're also hosting a workshop later today where we're going to, I think it's called a table dance workshop, where we're going to simulate this process and this environment and get some feedback from all of you intelligent and motivated people as to how we can make this something that's really useful for the scientific community. So yeah, thank you so much, everybody, and thank you, Albert, for the talk on SynBio. And yeah, if you want to talk about anything that we've talked about, then you can find us over at the booth outside.
Just to mention, if you haven't grabbed a proof of growth kit, you should do that. You should grow it, and then you should follow the instructions on the back. and there might be something in store for you at a later date.
Might be.
This is the only place I'm saying it. This is the only time, so. I think we have a couple of more left, no?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you so much. I'm afraid we don't have time for questions right now, but we have a panel with Morgan happening very soon, so we will be able to address those questions then. Can I get a show of hands? Who would eat a bowl of meat rice? Okay, that's positive. Good. Okay, you can continue doing what you're doing. Super.
Thanks
Next
for the
up, we've got Thomas Landrain. He is working on Just One Giant Lab, which is an amazing platform, which you're going to hear more about. Give a round of applause for Thomas.
Mm-hmm.
Hi, can you hear me? Yeah? Hi, everyone. My name is Thomas. I'm here with Louis, my co-founder, in the crowd. So before we get into Just One Giant Lab, I'm just going to say a few words about myself. Originally, I'm a synthetic biologist. I started the first synthetic biology laboratory in France about 15 years ago. But what really triggered a change of life was not actually that academic career, but the fact that I would start at the same time as my PhD, the first biohackerspace in Europe called La Paillasse in Paris. And the fact that I could bring very different kind of individuals, not in a proper academic lab, but in a squat, abandoned building, and we could do amazing projects together, made me reconsider, what was a laboratory. And that basically launched a lifelong, path for me to explore what are, positive collaboration environments that we can create so that as scientists or professional students, we enjoy better, the process of making scientific research or innovation. So that has taken different shapes, but Just One Giant Lab, the one I'm going to show you, is basically the latest iteration. As was said just before, actually, collaboration is really mission critical. When we are part of an organization, usually, the organization itself is not self-sufficient. We have to find all the talents, we have to find assets. At the end, it's really key actually to bring together in the same place those talents and resources in order to maximize connectivity. And when you look at the history of science, that's why campuses were created. It was a way to bring these together physically. But in the age of internet, this is not actually mandatory anymore. You can actually do that in a decentralized way. And so that's why we're all here in this room for, to build up what is DeSci. The other aspect is when we look at the current tools, we've all been frustrated. I think people, Morgan and talk enough about Discord before and the frustration about it. Others are using Slack, for example, or Drive, meetups. And so at the end, when you think about it, it's like a lot of data is being spread over. And this is not actually like a proper experience. Everybody would like actually to be able to just have an easy way to understand what others are doing and build up collaboration from there more easily, sharing resources, for example. So this is exactly what we're going to tackle with the JOGL platform. Another thing is when you're an admin, you're basically managing a community. It could be a lot of work and preventing you to really scale your community at proper dimensions to really hit that goal of yours. And so here the goal is to really minimize the amount of work that admins have to do in order to create their own community or DAOs, for example. And so if you were to think about it, JOGL is kind of like an all-in-one solution, trying to bring everything that is necessary to animate, to build a successful ecosystem to do scientific research and innovation. And so it goes from managing your talents, your members, managing all the projects, the evaluation of the projects, being able also to allocate resources like funding, but not only funding. And we've done experimentation in the past where we could see a decrease of cost for managing such ecosystem by 50 to 70%. So our motto is, we want to make you get out of this large ecosystem of tools, forget about them, because they have not been designed for scientists and entrepreneurs and students. And so we believe that JOGL is going to be a much better experience for you all. And so I'm going to give you a demo this afternoon, but I'm just going to show you a few screenshots, as this is a PDF, I couldn't do anything else. But the point is we've designed a set of objects that can really help you capture that complexity of your ecosystem. So it's not only projects, communities, hubs, organization, affiliation. You can share needs, resources, many kind of documents, and you can also obviously manage all kind of events. I'm going to show you how it looks like. And finally, call for proposals. So if you really want to launch a way to evaluate ideas within your ecosystem, we have the whole process built in as well. All right. So one of the main things that we have to do when we are animating, managing a community, is doing events like this one. And so it's very hard sometimes to really know what are all the events. So it could be that we are trying to subscribe on Meetup and stuff like this, but we don't want to only follow one group, right? We want to be able to be aware of, let's say, all the DeSci groups that are out there in the world, and it's kind of hard actually to really know what's going on. So here, you are able actually to organize all your kind of meetings. It could be group meetings, could be public meetings like this one, or just direct one-to-one meetings as well. If you're part of, let's say, a DeSci hub on JOGL, you can just contact anybody here knowing what they are, now looking at their profile, their portfolio in terms of papers, patents, projects that they have. Everything also is synchronized, for example, with platforms like ORCID, if you're a researcher. So it really helps you to understand what's going on and who is participating also to your events. Another thing is obviously discussion. And so here we're taking a path that it helps you organize all your discussions by community, by projects, but also you can discuss specifically for like needs. You can discuss specifically on events, so you get like a history of what's going on, what has been going on. So instead of losing that history in the chat of Zoom or Meetup, for example. Another thing is you can centralize documentation. So, if you have a GitHub, a Drive, a Miro, at the end, what you'll be able to do is bring all these platforms together so that all your members will not have actually to get lost, and not knowing, where to find information, to build up on what has been done before. So it really simplifies, again, the ability to discover information and share it structurally. Obviously, this is done also with papers. If you share a paper, for example, you get to know, you can save it in your own library or the library of a project. You can crowdsource information like this. If you want to create, like, for example, a specific library of paper and patents within a community that is, looking at, let's say, CO2 absorption, you can do that. And once you go on the paper, you can also look at what are the other communities and projects, for example, or people that have saved that paper, enabling you to explore the network of influence of that paper, for example. JOGL is not a prototype anymore. We've been working on it for more than a year. It's already being used by many. It's in private beta. We plan a public release in a few months. But just to give you an idea, it's like we're addressing basically a very diverse market, from companies to NGOs to universities, public agencies, and foundations, and obviously DAOs starting now. And just to give you a sense of idea, how JOGL is being used currently by some of our clients, we have the National Research Institute for Cancer in France, and they're using it to bring all the various stakeholders. We're talking about patient associations, the public agencies, the researchers, obviously, also the industry and startup. And so far, they've not been able actually to efficiently bring them together so that they could be matched up, and themselves as admin being able to manage this vast network at a national level. So they're doing this using JOGL. Another thing is for startup incubator and accelerator, being able to do the review process directly within JOGL, structuring their community, not only of entrepreneurs, but also of partners, so that once you get in the community, you have access to all the experts that the incubator has built up. So that's what FIND, for example, who is an accelerator in France for climate tech projects. Another example is HEAL. It's a consortium of 30 engineering schools in France, but soon to be European. And what they want to do is use the platform to finally bring all their students, but also professors and teachers together to finally be able to foster the creation of interdisciplinary projects. HEAL is specifically working on agriculture and agriculture tech. So they're going to use a lot of projects, development needs, the share of needs to do matchmaking. Finally, another example is the foundation. The Ignite Life Science Foundation is based in India, and they had a goal for quite some time to build scientific collectives in India between all the research institutions in India. So India, I didn't know that before talking to them, is really composed of minuscule institutions and spread all over the country, which is massive. And there is really a lack of collaboration happening there, and so they're looking at creating a different environment to do more with less, basically. And so we're working with them in order to onboard these different institutions on the platform to do that. Also, I wanted to mention that JOGL is not just a year-old platform. It's actually based on the 5-year track record that we had. JOGL today is a company, but it used to be a non-profit organization that we started 5 years ago, and really grew using the COVID pandemic as an experimentation to see if we could build a successful community of scientists, practitioners, professionals, and students. And what happened is we did exactly that. We mobilized more than 4,000 people just on COVID that made almost 200 projects. We had such a high diversity of skills available. It was really what made us believe that we could create a proper product, like a SaaS B2B, the one that is JOGL today. And just to give you some numbers about our Open COVID-19 initiative that we had between 2020 and 2022, we allocated to 36 projects that were selected by the community through a peer review process that we called community review, that we pioneered ourselves. We can find publication about it. Basically, it makes the whole evaluation process much faster, much easier, because it relies on the applicants themselves as reviewers. So we allocated 120,000 euros to 36 projects. What came out of this after about a year, where we had about 5 rounds of evaluation every 3 months, where project could obviously get funded in an additive way. So a project could be funded like 5 times, for example, if every time there was new interesting results being brought in. So 22 functional solutions, at least at the prototype level, were produced, and we got 12 papers published in peer-reviewed journal. When you look at these numbers in terms of ratio, of yield, it's not like 1 or 2 times higher than what you can find in normal institutions, but it's 10 times higher. So really very encouraging results. Another thing is, in terms of diversity, almost half of the project funded were led by women, which is much higher than what you can find in traditional, again, incubators in deep tech. And also, the founders came from 19 countries in 5 continents. And most of them didn't necessarily meet beforehand. So it was really a successful experimentation that really pushed us, believing that we were on the right track. Also, JOGL is open source. We do truly believe in commons. We've already been open source, and we really encourage also you to reach out to us if you want to do a collaboration on the design of a specific module, for example, for your own community or institutions. That's already what is happening with a few of our partners. And yeah, we're having a workshop this afternoon at 3 p.m., 2:50 actually. And if you want to join our waiting list, I encourage you also to scan this QR code. And on this, I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Thomas.
Do I have time for questions?
Fantastic. So next up, we have Dr. Solène Coillard, Scientific Director of Wise Ancestors, and the talk will be on protecting biodiversity using an inclusive, decentralized, and innovative model. Thank you very much.
Thanks. Hi, everyone. First, I'd like to thank the organization for giving me the opportunity to present to you Wise Ancestors. It's the first time we're presenting the work of this nonprofit outside of our group, so it's quite exciting. Just to start, a couple of words about myself, so that you know. I obtained a PhD in molecular biology and bioinformatics in France, and then I did 2 postdocs in Canada. One on inequity in human genetic care on a project that was the governance was led by indigenous people, and a completely different second postdoc on biodiversity genomics. And about 4 months ago, I started as the scientific director of White Ancestor, which is a nonprofit, and that's when I started to hear about DeSci. So I'm pretty new to this word, but it's been a very exciting weekend for me. And what White Ancestor works on is to protect biodiversity. And why is it so important to protect biodiversity is because today about 1 million plant and animal species are threatened by extinction. And that will have tremendous impact on the way we live currently. It will impact our access to food, to good food, to enough food, to clean water, to identify new therapeutic molecule. Biodiversity allows us to have strong environment that buffers us from infectious diseases and natural disasters. And also it supports a stable economy, which is essential in the world we currently live in. Since 1970, about 70%, there was a decrease in wildlife of about 70%. And that's huge, and that's mostly caused by human activities, including overexploitation of wildlife, land and sea use change, climate change. So climate change and biodiversity loss are two different problems that are linked and that influence each other, but those are two different problems. Pollution doesn't only impact human health, it impacts biodiversity health and the presence of invasive species. And so sorry for this very big slide, but it's a very complex problem. And to address this problem, we need multiple solutions. And in 2022, the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework came up with 23 action-oriented targets for an urgent action. And I highly recommend any of you to read those 23 targets. It's quite short, they're well written, they're pretty clear. But today we'll focus on target 4, which is halt species extinction, protect genetic diversity, and manage human-wildlife conflict. But how can we protect genetic diversity? We propose to do that through 2 technologies. The first one being biobanking, which is taking a tissue from a species and conserving it in a biobank, which can down the line allow to do in vitro fertilization to increase the number of critically endangered animals or species that are extinct in the wild. We also want to do genome sequencing. So from the tissue that was collected, we extract DNA, we sequence that DNA, which if we can generate a reference genome to understand the complete genetic blueprint of a species, that will allow to measure the genetic diversity of a population, but also find suitable mating pairs for ex situ breeding program, which means you want to take 2 individuals that are quite genetically different to maintain genetic diversity and not have inbreeded population. And we also want to maintain genes that are associated with resilience in every species. For example, if a turtle, because it's the example here, has a gene that makes it more capable of living in warmer water, we want to make sure that this gene is conserved so that the species has resilience. But this needs to be done with a global approach. IPLCs, so indigenous people and local communities, are key stakeholders for the Convention on Biological Diversity. Research shows that IPLCs and biodiversity thrives on lands managed by IPLC. Indigenous people and local communities have stewarded their lands for millennia, and today about 80% of the biodiversity remaining on Earth is under their stewardship, and that's not random, and we cannot ignore that. And indigenous people and local community have traditional knowledge about species and biodiversity, and traditional knowledge can be hard to grasp exactly what is traditional knowledge, but you can see it as it gives a story to a sample. Like you put a sample in a biobank, great, but you need to know what the samples, like what species, what is their environment, what food do they need, what reproduction system do they have. It also means spiritual knowledge about that species or things that are often ignored by Western science. But the social political reality is that biodiversity resources and genomic resources are not evenly distributed on Earth. Genome sequencing and biobanking requires expensive equipment, laboratory access, skilled workforce, and computational resources, which are often in Western institutions in the global North. And so this is where wise ancestors come in. We want to breed indigenous knowledge and biotechnology to conserve biodiversity. And we use the word breed and not merge because both biotechnology and indigenous knowledge can stand on their own. There are two complete entities that do not need each other. And we want to show how powerful they can be when we breed them and make them work without one taking over the other, but really working together as two entities that come and meet in the middle. And how do we do that? It's going to be a long process, and that's why it's hard to do in an academia setting. But we first need to reestablish the trust with the indigenous communities that we're going to work with. Because of history of sample and knowledge being extracted from indigenous land, it's called helicopter research. Researchers will go to the community, would tell them how great their project is, what it's going to bring to the community, only presenting the pros of the project, take the sample, go back to their university, do their own research, never return any result to the community, and sometimes even publishing harmful papers to the community. That created a breach of trust, and we really want to stay away from that, but we also want to reestablish a collaboration, a partnership that is based on equality. So to do that, we'll be partnering with indigenous people and local community to co-design the project. And co-designing really means starting from the base and presenting what the nonprofit is about and identify with them if there are species that they would like to work on, what would be their question, what things they are interested in. So that's a free, prior, and informed consent process, which means that it's really about informing, presenting the pros and the cons of the project, the risks and the potential benefits, and giving them as a group, giving us the decision to move forward or not. Then it comes to the creation of the mutual agreed terms, which are documents that would be translated and so on, to make sure that we all agree and that all the paperwork and legal documents have been done. So to do that, we'll follow the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People, the Nagoya Protocols, and other policies that are in place and that are going to become more and more frequent, I guess. We're going to see more and more of them. We also want to follow the FAIR and CARE principle. I guess most of you are aware of the FAIR principle, but the CARE principle are not that well known, unfortunately. CARE stands for collective benefits, authority to control, responsibility, and ethics. And so to do that, to follow this CARE principle, we will have upfront benefit sharing, which means that for every project that starts, when samples are being sampled, there is some money that is going to go to a project that benefits the community, because the community is sharing samples, is potentially sharing traditional knowledge if they want to. They're also giving some of their time to think about it and to work on those mutually agreed terms. And so there is benefit sharing for that time. I'll talk more about it later. We also want to ensure that there is recognition. Recognition can take many forms, but it could be, for example, authorship on a paper. Again, they shared time, they shared their sample, they shared their knowledge. That's valuable, and if it leads to scientific publications, that's work that needs to be recognized. We want to support indigenous data sovereignty, and that can sometimes be kind of opposite to open access to the data. So I'm not going to talk about it much today, but it's the right of a community. If they don't want the data associated to their sample to be open access, then we will support that. We will present. There is a lot of options in between open access and restricted access, and we want to present all those options, the pros and the cons, again, the risks and the benefits, and let them decide what they think is the most appropriate for their project. And we're also working on labeling to associate traditional knowledge and resource usage preference to the data, so some sort of metadata that would be associated to the data so that future scientists who want to use that data can do so while knowing what community it came from and what are the community preferences regarding usage and return of knowledge, etc. And to do that, we're developing a platform, and so it's kind of interesting because it reminded me a bit of the Valida platform that they just presented, so we're going to have a very nice discussion. So our platform is an efficient and scalable way, of course, to post conservation challenge to the public. The idea is that once we've done the engagement and if the communities want to move forward, we would put on an online platform what is the project about, who is the community, what species we're going to work on, what is the scientific question, and also the mutually agreed term. All of that would be public. That will allow us to raise funds to finance that project. To recruit collaborators. We are not a sequencing lab, we are not a biobank. I'm a scientist, but I don't have a supercomputer to process all the data. So the platform will be used to reach out and to identify collaborators to do those work. We will also use the platform to coordinate that scientific work because it may be one platform that does the sample preparation, another platform that does the sequencing, and a third that does the analysis. So we will do that in a decentralized manner, and we will record all the final results and all the key data and metadata on blockchain. So I'm going to quickly present the pilot project. So the pilot project will be to work on 2 critically endangered birds from Colombia. The Antioquia branchfish that you can see over there, and a newly discovered and yet unnamed species that is right here, and that's super exciting for scientists because it's yet unnamed, so it was really not even really rediscovered recently, it was discovered recently. It's estimated that there is only about 100 individuals left for each species, and their environment is currently reduced a lot because of farming practices and climate change. And so there is the community really wants to see how they can protect them and see how they can work with that. And so for the engagement part, we're working with the local scientists. So we're not directly engaging with the indigenous people in the local community on that one. We're working with local scientists who has experience and has worked with those community for a while. It's important for us to respect the relationship that were built in the past. We will still engage with the community to make sure that the free, prior, and informed consent process was done correctly and that the mutual agreed terms are respected. But we don't want to impose ourselves, and we really want to respect already existing relationships. The benefit sharing part will be to support the biomonitorist program, which train individuals from the local community in biodiversity sampling and monitoring, and also build capacities in species conservation and alternative farming methods. On the scientific work, we will do non-invasive sampling on the species, which is pretty much taking a blood sample underneath the wing. We will extract DNA from it to generate the first reference genome for each species, which is the baseline for intra and inter-species comparison. We will conduct population study to assess their current genetic diversity. We will also employ DNA barcoding to study their diet, which is something the community is interested in. And we will biobank tissue for each of those species. So the platform is not yet online. We are planning on releasing, I think, midsummer. So we'll be looking for people to collaborate with us, whether you're a scientist or a tech-savvy person, a land steward, a member of an indigenous or a local community, or if you know local scientists who we could connect with and who may be interested in this type of project. We also look for grant funders and generous donors. So yeah, join us. You can talk to me now or after the conference. We can also reach out to our email address, And I really, in the last minute, want to thank the team, but also all the indigenous people and local communities members that we discussed with, the local scientists who already took the time, even though we haven't launched any project, already took the time to discuss with us. And yeah, thank you for your attention. You can follow us on Twitter and LinkedIn, and yeah, please join us.
Thank you very much, Solène. We will be now joined by, Solène will be joining us on a panel, and the panel is also going to be with Morgan, who you just saw speak, David Kim, who is the CEO of and founder of Cyanocapture, and also Dorothy Zhang, the Vice President of Global Development for iGEM. So if you may come to the stage now. Thank you very much for joining me. It's actually a pleasure to have you all here. I think that this is going to be great because we have we've got some DeSci people, and we've got a lot of people that are aligned and in synthetic biology and wanting to make change, but and their organizations don't really fit the status quo. And so, yeah, it's my pleasure to welcome David, Solène, Morgan, and Dorothy. I thought we'd start by chatting a little bit about how you found yourselves going into synthetic biology, and then also like the not traditional synthetic biology as well. It's quite niche. So yeah, David, if we could start with you.
Sure. Thanks, Alfie. So I'm David. I'm the CEO and founder at Cyanocapture. We're a company using genetically engineered cyanobacteria to do carbon removal in an energetically efficient way. So I initially, I did a medical degree at Oxford and then went and became a doctor in the army, then went full-time into my startup. And I founded my company back in 2021 when I was still studying. I was very inspired by vaccine research, which I was heavily involved in at the time. I saw that biotech could really transform the world for better. I saw that there are really, really exciting organisms like cyanobacteria, which you could engineer, and decided that this could be the future for the planet. So that's how I ended up in SynBio.
No, it's okay. Well, I'm not really into synthetic biology because we are more about protecting so that others can do the work after. So we're linked in some way. I was working on human health, and I was speaking with patients, which doesn't happen a lot. And one of them said, well, yeah, but what's the good of living a long time if the next generation doesn't know what is a tree and what is a bee? And that kind of stuck with me, but I still worked for years in human health. And then I guess everyone hearing more about climate change and loss of biodiversity, and I could see projects using like genomics to protect biodiversity, so I joined one of them. And I loved that project. It was great, but for me it was missing the component of indigenous engagement. And as we were talking about it, we realized it's complicated to do in academia because it takes a long time to engage. So you usually can apply for a grant when you have preliminary results. And to have money to engage, you need to have a grant. So it was almost impossible to do it in academia. So that's how I got into this nonprofit that really associates both.
Yeah, my journey was, I think, started when I was doing my undergrad in microbiology, and really learning about how cells work and interact with each other, and how like that whole system is so synonymous with the way civilization works and functions. And I became fascinated with those like interactions, that's like systems dynamics of how biology works. And then in parallel to that, I mean, I've always cared deeply about the environment, about nature, I originally actually wanted to be a veterinary surgeon, but then realized like actually as a vet, I could maybe save like 50, 100 animals in a year. As a synthetic biologist or someone who's working at higher like degrees of impact in climate and sustainability, I could save hundreds, thousands, and potentially millions. And so learning more about how like the whole synthetic biology ecosystem was leveraging these tools, not only on the genetic and like small scale, but like actually bringing that to a systems design that could be implemented in the real world, really fascinated me and made me believe that, hey, like maybe we can't stop oil, right? But maybe we can undo some or a lot of the damage that has been done already. And if 99% of the society doesn't want to change, we can let them have what they want and we'll have their cake and eat it essentially with SynBio, because you can produce everything that we already have, you know, all of the amazing things that we already have and don't want to give up, but in a much more sustainable and clean way.
For me, I never studied biology. I didn't study biology in my college, but I started to work in a way of providing support and creating some platform for scientists or researchers who work with biology. So back to 2009, I helped Coasting Harbor Laboratory to build their Asian Center, which provides scientific exchange, conferences, training programs to researchers who work in life sciences, and also then built up a DNA Learning Center. Now I think it's still the biggest in China or even the world, that provides hands-on experiences for students and to learn topics like genetics, genetic engineering, and genomics, and also like something like DNA barcoding, etc. And then I joined BGI, which is the largest sequencing provider of the world back to then. And then there, they have a tradition of helping high school teams participating in iGEM, which is the organization I work for now. That's how I get involved directly with SynBio. And I was like super impressed by the enthusiasm of the community and people who work with this new field. So that's the thing that led me to iGEM nowadays.
So for those of you that aren't into SynBio, iGEM is a pretty important organization. If you could just tell the audience a little bit about what you do and how long you've been doing it for, just so they can get an idea of how important it is for the development of the space.
Yeah, just give a brief context. So synthetic biology as a field started around 20 years ago. And that was also when iGEM was established. The primary purpose of the founding of iGEM is, because the founders of iGEM is also the kind of the father of the field. And back to then, synthetic biology as a new field was not recognized or accepted by traditional researchers, like molecular biologists. And so they shifted the methodology. They wanted tests from the students. They encouraged young people to work with new concept of using engineering principle to work with living components. And the way they do it is through the global competition, that to engage more and more young researchers into the field. So nowadays, each year, around 400 teams coming from different places in the world. It's more than 50 countries and regions. They participate in iGEM. And most of them are college students, like undergraduate and overgraduate. We also have like a certain number of high school teams. And you can see that Albert, like one of the founder of Valida, is an iGEMer. Thomas is an iGEMer. So, hi, iGEMer. Yeah, if you talk about the biology, you can find like iGEMers all over the world. And nowadays, like the work that I do for iGEM is still building up the community, because accumulatively we have over 80,000 people who've gone through this experience. And they are now in different places, still supporting the field. But synthetic biology overall is still something young and new and small. So we as an organization, as a platform as well, is to support in all kinds of ways that we can for people who want to do with synthetic biology. And we have already had a lot of training resources on our platform, help you to enter the field. We have different people working there, could be mentors for your journey as well. And we are also actively seeking for partnership, collaborations with organizations, and all kinds of, including DeSci.
Yeah, which brings me on nicely to, this is a DeSci conference. Why have we got a panel with a few people that aren't in DeSci? And it really struck me in your two talks that you're both building fantastic platforms that need users in order to create and catalyze that change. And just hearing through Dorothy's explanation of what iGEM is and the scale, it sort of makes a very natural pairing for partnership and collaboration. But I think what would be interesting is to go into why DeSci, for you, Morgan, is actually the sort of, model that you chose specifically to create this organization in comparison to, say, something like Solen, where the organization is not necessarily using Web3 technology.
Yeah, no, it's a really good question, actually. And I think the answer comes from what I said earlier about my obsession with the systems dynamics. I originally was a huge crypto skeptic. I knew nothing about it until 2021, 2022. And yeah, I pretty much just deleted it from my attention and thought, okay, it's just people spending millions on pictures of apes and it makes no sense. Eventually, my friends started talking about it, and my friends are a lot smarter than I am, and I was like, okay, well, maybe I'm the crazy one. So I started researching about it and had that kind of paradigm shift where I was like, oh, this makes so much sense. Now, I think crypto and blockchain is an extremely broad field, and I'm by no means, painting it with a golden brush. But I think there's the underlying principles of decentralization and shifting power, influence, financial mechanisms and capabilities to everyone, and really to everyone in a decentralized manner has such a big implication for society in general. And then being in this scientific field where we're right at the beginning of I think an exponential growth in biotechnology, seeing all of the mistakes that have happened and especially in the climate, right? You can attribute most of that damage to capitalism, or the way that we've accelerated that industrial growth. And so with synthetic biology, it kind of feels to me like we have a huge opportunity to not repeat the same mistakes. And so combining these kind of philosophies of decentralization, of looking at capitalism critically, and seeing how we can, of course, create an innovation ecosystem that's still providing solutions to people's problems, but doing it in a way that everybody can share the benefits, everybody can participate in deciding what happens, and take responsibility and ownership for that. Because I think one of the big problems right now that we have with climate is people are like, well, it's not my problem, it's not my fault, it's big industry. But we let big industry do that because we gave them all of the power and the control. So yeah, I just think that intersection is really interesting and gives us at least gives me hope for a better alternative. Optimism,
We like that. And David, given that you are the founder of a synthetic biology company that's actually, in the lab building things, I'm curious to get your opinion on how you could see yourself plugging into an organization like, any three of the organizations, for instance, but maybe particularly in Validau's case.
Yeah, so that's a great question. So from iGEM's perspective, I guess, a lot of our junior scientists have got the experience that they need to get into a biotech startup and hit the ground running because they've done iGEM. So I think it's a fantastic way you can actually catalyze talent. So that's number one. From Validau's perspective, I think, with my other hat on, I work with Morgan and yourself and Albert on the deal flow team. I get to see quite an extensive plethora of really, really interesting ideas pop up. and some of those inspire ideas of our own, but also enable us to plug into the research community and collaborate extensively with people from a very diverse set of skills and expertise. So I guess it's kind of like, it's very mutually synergistic in a way for startups to engage in DeSci and OpenSci as a whole.
Yeah, and one thing that struck me, Selen, in your talk was the importance of gaining the trust of indigenous communities. And that seems to be like a particularly tricky thing to do given the past track record. And I was wondering if you could explain a little bit more about what your organization would do in order to try and establish that sort of trust.
Yeah, I think very good question. And I think we'll figure it out as more projects come and come, because every community has a different story. Every community has their own system in place, but what we can see in most community is exactly that bridge of trust, especially with, it can be with government sometimes, or it can be with Western institution. I don't want, I recommend all of you to read about the research that has been done in the past. You can think about indigenous people of Canada. You can find papers about that, or native population in the US. But those stories are very different from the stories you can hear in South America, which are also very different from the stories you can hear for the Sami population in Northern Europe or in Africa. So it's also going to be about working with the community to see what they need, what reassurance they want. It could be paperwork if that's what they want. It can be a long process so that they see that we go to the community, or we discuss with them through email or web conference. We don't have to go in person necessarily, whatever they feel comfortable with. And then they don't give their approval directly. A lot of groups would right away stop working with them. But what we want is to establish a process of trust. So let that door open, and whenever they have questions, they could reach out to us again and we would answer those questions. And again, if they're not ready to give their approval, giving them time. And that's, I think, what the process of established trust is about. It's about taking the time and answering question in a neutral way, like even if answering that question is not going to benefit our project, if it's, well, the truth is a big word, but we really have to present the pros and the cons, the benefits and the potential risks of a project. And I think that's being transparent and being available is what's going to be necessary to build that trust.
So what's interesting is trust is a really important part of your organization. But when people speak about decentralized science, decentralization and Web3, they quite often call it trustless because it's sort of not needed in theory, because interactions can happen directly peer-to-peer without intermediary parties. And so I guess in your model, that makes it a little bit more difficult because that requires internet. And
that requires access. I think there is an access issue. And I've been discussing that with a bunch of people today. Like, I'm surprised. So I come from Canada, where inclusivity is a big thing. You cannot do a conference without having a panel about inclusivity. And when I was there, sometimes I was feeling, well, they just talk about it, but they don't act on it, which is not good. But here I was surprised the other way around, that there was no panel on inclusivity, in a way of like, okay, that this is amazing, but how do we include people who don't have access to those technology? Like, does it take benefit sharing of giving money, part of the benefits, to increase access to internet? I really don't have the answer. This is not a question we're going to answer in 5 minutes, but I'd love people to think about it. Do a PhD about, like, how do we make sure that this thing that's growing, DeSci, is really inclusive, and reach out to communities that were excluded or because of historical reasons, and we don't do the same mistake again. I was super interested when you were saying that you think part of the issue came from the way the economy worked, but I think part of the issue also comes from colonization, and so you don't want to repeat the mistakes from economy. We cannot repeat the mistakes from colonization, and we really need to make sure that all the communities globally are included. How to do that, I don't know, but that's a subject that would require discussion.
So we do actually have a talk later on like governance and actually like the creation of DAOs as a new form of organization, because as Morgan touched upon, we don't want to fall into the same issues as we have done in the past. But I also think on your point of inclusivity, that Valida and iGEM are excellent examples of worldwide action that really try and engage absolutely everyone. And so, yeah, I think that wasn't really a question, but no, it's interesting though, because I think that it is made a priority between, you know, iGEM, and I know, Morgan, you've been hosting a lot of events through Valida that have been trying to engage those underrepresented communities. What exactly is your like strategy for trying to make sure that, you know, we don't fall into those same holes?
Yeah, so it was about this time last year, I started engaging with communities, like SynBio communities in Africa and Latin America. And, you know, we had no plan at the beginning. I had a grand idea of what we needed, which was at the very minimum to just like aggregate information and like assess what are the barriers and what are the hurdles. But then having spent like over a year now engaging with those people and hosting various events and like having discussions, you realize that the issues are so much deeper, and as Solène said, like they link back to colonization. And one of the things that deeply upsets me is why, like, you know, you see startups forming, you see like things like technology growing, and synthetic biology is one huge example of that. But right now it's growing exponentially in the US, Europe, and China. So what's happening elsewhere, and why is this not like, you know, growing at the same rate? And part of that problem is because of the way, you know, people say, oh, like, you know, they're too slow, or like they don't have the culture of innovation or whatever. But these things come from, as Len said, like a history of colonization. So what we're trying to do, or what I'm personally trying to do, and this is somewhat separate from my work at Valida directly, but what I'm trying to do is understand what does the future look like for these communities, and not come to them and say like, you need to do this, and like, this is what we did and it's amazing and you need to do exactly the same thing, because it just doesn't work in that way. And I think like having a better path forwards is having more sensitivity to different cultures, different environments, and recognizing that they have different priorities. They have like different ways of communicating, different ways of working, and things that they want for themselves. So like having traveled around to various places now and realizing that like, yeah, I mean, especially England in comparison to all of those places, it's like drastically different. And I think it's easy to be pessimistic here because, you know, we hate the government in most cases and like everything's going to shit. But
optimism, please.
But you go to other places who, you know, by our standards have a lot less. And they have community, they have like actual empowerment of individuals and like people at the very lowest levels. And I think that's what we need to do more of in DeSci, but also just as humans operating in any kind of sphere of influence.
I think that that's where the best ideas come from. Like I'm not sure if it's iGEM's slogan, but isn't it using global communities to solve local problems?
There are local people solving local problems.
Oh, that's it. And you're going to get the best ideas when people have the toolkit to create, you know, using the tools of synthetic biology or whatever sort of subsector or industry you're talking about, and to solve problems that they actually have. And I love this idea with DeSci and also with SynBio that you can get this self-sovereignty over everything that can influence you in your local community through this Web3 technology, and also through trying to face all of the sort of SDG, you know, having secure food and all of this sort of stuff. I'm going to ask you a big question, Dorothy. So don't get too overwhelmed by this, but like, what is the global strategy for, to increase the community for iGEM? Because that's your job. So it's like a large question. So in like 5 minutes.
Okay.
Or
I'll try my
briefly.
best. I guess we need to talk about why we want to grow our community, right? And everything is still aligned with our goal to help the field of synthetic biology to grow in a way, and also help more people start to be aware of this topic and technology. Because although we are excited about this new thing, but many people out there in different communities, in different regions, they have never heard about that. And it's very hard for them to, at the first time, to understand first, and then to say, oh, I want this promising future. It's very hard. But that's also the potential of our community. Because every year, through our iGEM teams, through iGEMers, they are doing a lot of interactions with their local communities as well. And also within the competition, or even beyond that, we have the human practices, where we actively encourage people to reflectively think about their interaction with the local community, to identify the real problems behind, and to understand their priorities, their needs, and their values as well. And I think that is a really nice approach for us, and also it gets us a lot of very valuable information and knowledge about communities all over the world. And the other side is that, because traditionally, talking about synthetic biology, we still consider it as a science topic. We still consider the successful standards is going to academia, become a professor, publish paper to talk about synthetic biology. But that's not necessarily that helpful or impactful for the field to grow. Because for synthetic biology, ultimately get to achieve what it can achieve, we need all kinds of supporters from different sectors. That's also one thing that iGEM is now focusing on helping or building, is that we want to show different alternatives and options for young people to go into the field. You don't have to become a doctor or a research. It's nice. It provides the foundation of new technologies, but we also need people who actively work in education, science communication, industry, like startups and other things, and also know how to join the discussion of policies or even become policymakers as well. So this is also the way that how we grow our communities, not only cover different regions geographically, but also the different topics as well.
Sounds like quite a cohesive strategy. I'm aware of time and I want to open it up to questions. Does anyone have any questions for our panel here?
So I wanted to connect two ideas that got spoken about today about like the very bottom of inclusivity, if we're talking about engaging indigenous communities and things, but specifically directed at iGEM and global inclusivity. And I'm a huge fan of iGEM. I'm an iGEMer myself, but it's very expensive to participate. And so when we're talking about engaging with communities where they might not even have internet access, and they might even be able to have access to a lot of this information, how can we engage these communities better? Like, how can iGEMers, how can synthetic biologists, how can DeSci engage these communities better to solve these local problems with local people?
Okay, so I will start. I would agree that there's a fee, and it's not that affordable in a way for everyone for competing in iGEM. But iGEM as an organization, we are more than the competition. We have all kinds of different programs through which we're providing resources for free. So for example, all the team projects are on Wiki, which is an open sourced websites that you can find what have been achieved, what technology they've been using. And through the previous 20 years, we've had over 75,000 biological parts that have been contributed by the teams, but also they are completely free to everyone who want to know about that or who want to use the BioBrick. So this is part of the work that can be I mean, like, you don't have to actually participate in the competition to enter the field of synthetic biology or to engage with iGEM. We have the community program where like people all over the world still form new teams and to work on different topics related with SynBio. We also have a responsive program through which we equip people with certain tools, also send them to the international conferences to voice up, especially from those, I hate this word, but underrepresented regions. And we are now also actively seeking for ideas of how we can build sustainable models in Latin America, in Indonesia, in Africa, like with a new format of competition or activity to help engaging with their young people into the field. But we cannot do everything. We need collaborators and partners and good ideas. Yes.
Would you like to talk about it from DeSci's perspective, Morgan?
Yeah, well, I don't think I have that much to add. I think I said, yeah, most of what I think. Like, ultimately, it's down to empowering local people to make those decisions for themselves. So, you know, as like what I see the future of Valida becoming is not something where, you know, right now we have a critical mass in Europe, and then like the rest is mostly in the US. What I want from Valida or like DeSci organizations in general is like they eventually have nodes that are their own organizations. They have their own governance, they have their own projects, their own priorities, and that they fit into a larger system, which is like the synthetic biology innovation ecosystem. And I think in that way, like it's not, you're sticking to that principle of decentralization. You're not like top down deciding, okay, this is what's important for you. Get with the program or get out. It's giving those people the real, like, you know, we want to develop, for example, Flow that we're developing, we want it to be a platform. We don't want to own it. Like, we want communities and people that want to do things with it to own it and use it for whatever benefits them. So, yeah, I think that's all I have to add on the DeSci front.
Sorry, it's this mic.
Hi, yeah, this one's for David. Sorry if I missed this. I was curious, as a private company, do you see scope for using IP NFTs, perhaps to engage with academia, perhaps, or just public fundraising?
Yeah, certainly. So that's a really good question. So if you're a startup and you've reached a certain technological readiness level, and then you've got an idea to actually do something at a lower TRL, which is almost an offshoot of your main idea, to get funding for that from investors is quite difficult. Whereas if you outsource it to an academic collaboration or a partnership, and then leverage, you know, communities and IP NFTs, then actually you've got another funding mechanism that doesn't necessarily rely on the traditional venture capitalist model to fund those moonshot ideas, which would otherwise be too difficult to fund. So I do see a potential. I've not engaged in it myself yet, but I am exploring.
Yeah, for sure. If I could have a quick one, just imagine then a project does sort of advance to something really exciting. Do you see perhaps some maybe problems in sort of converting that initial IP to something that perhaps a larger player would want to participate in? Yeah, just curious.
Yeah, it's a really good question. So honestly, we don't know because it's not really been done properly yet. But as you know, as the trailblazers sort of show that this is a possible mechanism that is viable, and there is a commercialization route, then I think more and more people can catch on, and that's what we believe in. I think so.
Yeah, agreed. Yep.
And on that note, can we get a round of applause for our fantastic panelists? Next up, we have Michael Gear. He will be talking about, it is time for open LBMs, in brackets, large biological models. Also, upstairs on floor 6, there will be the Valida workshop, Flow Beta. Flow Beta, a decentralized research platform for SynBio, a workshop to help researchers exit from silos to synergy by using Flow, a platform that will promote a collaborative future for DeSci. Well, I have. Someone up in floor 6 would be fantastic. Just, I think I told Marco to be the volunteer in floor 6, but we're checking if he's there. Okay. Ooh, yeah. I need to log in on that, so I need to go there now. So just making sure everything is good here would be good. I should probably be only like 5 minutes. Okay. But this is 15 minutes long. In a very unlikely chance that I'm not here in 15 minutes. That's Levi Rybolov.
Should I start or? Okay, cool. All right. Good to see everybody. This is the speaker over here, Nina. Cool. So I'm going to run through this fairly quickly. This is not a new idea. It's simply maybe a mental framework that I think is really helpful, that's been really helpful to me over the last few months to start to understand how all the amazing stuff that we're seeing kind of built on top of LLMs, large language models, so the applications like ChatGPT and Gemini and stuff like that, how we can actually bring that into the science field, bring that into the biology field. And so really quickly, I run a company called Humanity. Our mission is to add 1 billion healthy years to the lives of everyone by 2030. So as a good North Star, like whatever we're doing, and what everybody in this room is doing great stuff. You could actually, what are we trying to? None of it matters unless we actually add health to people at the end of it. So where did I come from? Well, I wanted to be an astronaut. Did aerospace, was obsessed with Russia because of the space program, went over there, met a guy, and we ended up starting what became the largest dating site in the world, which for better or for worse led to maybe the phenomenon of dating apps, depending on your personal experiences. So that was Badu. My co-founder started one of the first social networks, so very much consumer tech folks. And sorry about this slide, Nina. So unfortunately, when we're at kind of like, we felt invincible, we had this business success, we were in our 20s, when you feel invincible anyway. I had a relative find out stage 4 about breast cancer, and you very quickly kind of learn the cliche that if you don't have your health, you don't have anything, and that happens kind of in an instant. My co-founder, his dad had a stroke out of the blue at 62, was in a wheelchair for 5 years, and then passed away. And so we kind of understood that whatever we were working on, we needed to find some way to work on health. More recently, about 4 years ago, 5 years ago now, my dad passed away on the Ides of March. very kind of prophetically. And that was, old age, but it was just a, a cascade of morbidities rising on top of each other. So what do we need to do to kind of not be, as Bharat very, I think, eloquently said yesterday, and it's, I'm taking 15 minutes to say a lot less than Bharat said in 5 minutes. He said yesterday, I was at these conferences, and every single year it was the same thing. There was yes, there was progress, but not really enough, right? And so what do we need to do to kind of accelerate that? And so the idea, the mental framework is these large biological models. The good news is that we've been able to, with humanity, build an application, so application layer, that proves that you can change behavior. So whatever kind of nihilism anybody would have that, hey, it's not going to matter at the end because people aren't going to use it anyway, we've proven that you can change behavior. What we need and what the entire scientific field needs is to just understand what we need people to change their behavior to, and we need to do that very, very quickly. When we were building humanity, we were very lucky to have the kindness of a lot of people, and some of you might recognize some of the people up on the slide. One person that I'll point out specifically, so Kristen Fortney, she runs a company called BioAge. She turned me on to the idea of using longitudinal data sets. It seems like a very simple idea. You have a data set where you've been following the same people for decades, you measured them in the past, you actually know what happens to them health-wise in the future. Magically, you can kind of start predicting people's future health. But what we learned kind of talking to every single one of these folks, George and Aubrey and Tonu and Rhoda, is that every single one of their stories was very, very similar in the sense that whatever breakthrough they eventually got to that made them famous or made them well-known in certain circles, they spent 90% of the time getting the data. And that usually meant that they were spending all of their funding for the first few years as well getting the data, right? And so when I started looking at this, where is the bottleneck? Like the kind of foundational thing for everything is access to the data, but not really the data, the learnings from the data. And a couple other points on that is we really need to feel how urgent this is. We have all this data, but it's not opened up, it's siloed, and people are literally dying. Keith from Leaf does a great thing where he's like, every snap is a person dying, and most of those people could have lived if we had come up with better interventions and brought them to them. Another great one, so I take this slide from Helene Guillaume, who does a great application called Wild.ai. And obviously, Laura is doing great work with Athena DAO. We kind of sit here for years saying, oh, well, we left women out of trials, and, obviously they're different than men. And yet we're sitting here with a lot of data on Earth that's just not unleashed and kind of usable. That could help us kind of get rid of this. And so that's kind of one of the things that whether you agree with me or not, I would say suspend any disbelief you might have, but we do have all the data on Earth today that can help us cure and figure out the interventions and the pathways to get everybody healthier. And so one of those things, and this isn't to say that we shouldn't incentivize people to kind of share their data. It's more to say that that's not the fastest path. So recently, and believe me, even my chief scientist still wants the original data and a certain spreadsheet, and he wants to touch it. But more recently, we've started to see that you can actually create synthetic data from the real data, basically make it completely private, and still train models on it and get to the same answers. And so we can unleash a lot of this data. We don't need to unleash the privacy. We can keep the privacy even more private. So think if you're using a health app or something like that, keep it more private, but actually unleash the learnings using synthetic data. The other big thing, and sorry, I'm kind of flowing through a lot of ideas, but another big thing is every single month there's a breakthrough in the LLM space that basically says, hey, that thing took that took $100 million and that much data. We did the same thing with $10 million and that much data. And so the amount of data you need to train these large models is becoming less and less with different techniques that are basically coming through so much funding in the LLM space. So on the synthetic data, I just want to kind of give one concrete example so it's not all theoretical. So there's a small team, probably in some like basement office in the Google Cloud team. They'll be famous soon, but like not one of the main teams. They basically came out with this thing about a year and a half ago called Google EHR Safe, where they basically proved that they train an autoencoder, get to latent space, run the latent space through the GAN. Sorry, I don't have time to explain all this, but I probably wouldn't explain it well either. And so they were basically able to, through different techniques, get to synthetic data that held all the important relationships between the data, but didn't have any of the original data, was not reverse engineerable. And so the way that you prove that is you basically say, okay, well, we have both sets. We have the real set of data, and we have the synthetic set. Let's train models on both and see if we come to similar answers, and that's how they proved it. And obviously, that's another space where it's getting better and better every month. Once people have an expectation that something's possible, it's like the Wright brothers, everybody, 5 days before the Wright brothers had their flight that kind of started proving to everybody that we could fly, there was a New York Times op-ed that said it would be 1 million years before people were able to fly. 5 days later, they did it. 66 years later, we're on the moon. And so expectation a lot of times drive these things, and so that's why I'm kind of giving you these little seeds, like synthetic data can be as good as real data, it can be private. And so let's go there. So, to the point of the talk. So the magic of LLMs, and I would say like, if you take one thing from this talk, like the difference between what anybody who's in like the science and research and kind of field. So basically, there are two, right? Basically, what we always do is we try to get a very curated, very good data set. We train our model on it, and there's good reason for that. That's not what LLMs did. And I just want to really emphasize that point. They did not do that. Whatever anybody will say about, oh, well, they did this, no, they basically scraped the internet, and they didn't care about the validity of the data or how good the data was or what kind of opinions went into the data. They just scraped it all together. And so that is what LLMs, the magic of that. And so when they got this big parameter file, so if you look at the bottom, there's a large base parameter file. When they got that base parameter file, when they tried to do stuff with it, kind of what happened, what you would expect to happen. It was nonsensical. It was like, oh, well, okay, we captured the relationships, but it's not really usable. I guess we need to keep iterating on this. The magic happened, and when you started getting those announcements from like, oh, something's happening at OpenAI, something's coming alive. It wasn't that something was coming alive. It was that they basically started to, so this middle layer is they would take like more curated kind of labeled data. They would fit it on top of that foundation, and they would basically click it into place. And that magically made their small set of data magically better. And I'll finish by just kind of like lining this up with what we can do in the science space is, let's create, and people are creating these kind of foundational biomodels, but let's be less careful about the data we put into them. Let's gather more data, multimodal, across all these biomarkers, and let's open that up so that each of us in the room that's basically using their smaller set of data that we have, it will 10x the power of your small set of data once we open up these foundation models. And that's the power, and I think it was, I didn't get to look up his name before I came up, but from Etika yesterday, basically, he was giving a great speech on kind of like, this is what accelerated everything is open source, right? It's not that we're being altruistic. It's that if we actually want all the billions of dollars and trillions of dollars in lives saved, open source is the foundation of everything. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think we've got time for one question, if anyone has a question.
I mean, I love the project and it's great. How do you deal with the fact that most of the good science, for example, and not data sets, so the science that would be required as a framework to analyze the data is behind paywalls, and so LLM don't have access to that, basically, or?
Yep, that's a great question, and something that I probably didn't highlight well. So the idea of the LBM is to actually train not on words. So there's great projects that are looking at all the science, and that's definitely I love that point too. Like everything that we do with humanity, we do two things. We publish it open, which means we have to pay more money. We also open up all the parameters. So we don't just put the results, we put the parameters. So you could basically take anything that we're publishing model-wise. We did a blood model. You can actually build on top of that. The biomarker data, which the LBMs are trained on, there are open data sets, and there's also using synthetic data. We're doing a proof of concept right now, and if anybody else wants to join that proof of concept, we're going to do that with people that opt in that use humanity. So it's basically user opt-in, we create synthetic data, we prove that it's private, open up synthetic data. We'll go to different providers like Strava, we'll go to Flow, we'll go to different ones and start, and Helene will do it with Wild.ai. And so that is the speedy way to kind of start opening up these data sets, is create the synthetic data and basically train the foundation model on the synthetic data.
Super. Can we get a round of applause for Michael?
And Nina.
Next up, we have Levi Rybolov from KubeHive, coordinating decentralized intelligence with distributed computing. Give it up.
Is this the thing?
Yeah.
Okay, awesome. Hi. So this talk is going to give like a basic overview of some things that you might want to know when you're kind of doing mechanism design and game theory and verifiable computing and things for coordinating scientific ecosystems. So yeah, we're going to cover a few kind of basic topics, so particular game theory, verifiable computing, artificial intelligence, and then how you can use these things for coordination. So a few these are some kind of basic points I'll go over quickly. So there's a difference. So mechanism design is the study and design of incentive structures, and there's a difference between doing mechanism design with money and without money. Mechanism design is a lot easier when you have money. So when somebody asks you why token, tell them that mechanism design is a lot easier with money. So that's the answer to that question. What you need, you also need in these kind of crypto-economic systems are credible commitments, which a credible commitment is basically a commitment that you can actually guarantee is going to happen. Smart contracts enable credible commitments pretty easily because they're staking and slashing of collateral or whatever it might be automatically carried out. And so when you make a commitment on chain, assuming the smart contract is secure, the commitment is credible. So cooperative and non-cooperative game theory. So a lot of people, when people think about game theory, they're usually thinking about non-cooperative game theory, which is scenarios where the agents in the game, the players in the game, cannot make deals with each other. They can't make binding commitments whatsoever. Whereas in cooperative game theory, the agents can make binding commitments with each other. And so in non-cooperative game theory, the kind of atomic unit is the agent or the player and the individual, whereas in cooperative game theory, the atomic unit is basically a coalition. And so it's really important to note the difference between these two, because when if you're designing systems for science, crypto-economically, most of these games are cooperative, and it's really important to remember that when you're designing your systems. So there's also this concept called incentive compatibility, which basically, the TLDR is I'm incentivized to tell the truth, right? Like what I truly believe is also the thing that will, if I'm honest about it, is what will get me the greatest reward. And so usually when you're designing these systems, you want to make them incentive compatible. You want people to look at the system and say, the best thing that I can do is to be honest about what my preferences are. And that makes a lot of things a lot easier, a lot of other things when you're designing the system much, much easier. So it's also important to note things like suboptimal equilibria. For the classic example is, let's say, the prisoner's dilemma. So in the prisoner's dilemma, like for those of you who know it, the two agents basically end up kind of ratting each other out, whereas they both would have been better off if they had both kept silent. So that's kind of a suboptimal equilibria, and that's, by the way, because the game is modeled as a non-cooperative game. If you could model the game as a cooperative game, then naturally the agents would both be better off cooperating and not ratting each other out, and they'd get a lower prison sentence. There's also this concept of the price of anarchy. So I give this example very often, but you can imagine like overlooking, let's say, London or Manhattan from above. Everybody's trying to get from point A to point B. They all go on Google Maps, and Google Maps gives them the shortest path algorithm, and then they go and take that path. And then you could also imagine just being like, again, overlooking Manhattan or London, but now you're in God mode. And you can run an optimization algorithm that would tell people where to go that would minimize the average travel time. So the average travel time in the case where everybody's selfish and out for themselves, divided by the average travel time in the optimized case is called the price of anarchy. And ideally, what you want to be doing is trying to drive the price of anarchy down to 1, right? So you want people, when they're behaving selfishly, to kind of guide them towards behaving in a kind of globally optimal manner. So Sybil resistance and collusion resistance. I'm assuming a lot of you are familiar with what Sybil resistance is, which is a Sybil attack is when one entity creates a lot of fake entities and then attacks the system with them. And then collusion is when agents will actually make deals with each other. That's actually, to be clear, collusion is cooperative, right? So when you're in cooperative game theory, collusion is a major, major problem. And it's really important to note that the difference between these two, because in Sybil resistance, the agent that is making the attack has all of the power and controls all of the sub-agents, whereas in collusion, the two sides actually have to agree and make a deal. And then, the last thing here is that in a lot of these systems, so let's say, for example, you're trying to design a token to reward academics or anything like this, it's probably a good idea to try to take an adversary-first approach to these systems. So you want to ask, if somebody wanted to break the system, how would they do it? How would they attack it? And so you really want to kind of stress test, like a game theoretic white hat hack, your own protocol to make sure that it's resilient to bad actors. Okay, verifiability. So I'm going to go over this quickly again. So verifiability, this is going to be mostly about verifiable computing. What is verifiable computing? If I outsource the computation to one of you on your laptop or phone or home desktop, or if any of you have servers, I want to know that the result that I was given was computed correctly, right? And so the question is, how do you make sure that that result was computed correctly? So there's a bunch of different ways. So there's kind of cryptographic methods. These are things like zero-knowledge proofs, fully homomorphic encryption, multi-party computation. So zero-knowledge proofs are basically proving something while hiding a piece of the input to that function. And so you can convince the person on the other side that the result was computed correctly while still hiding some internals, whether that be input data or something else, about the actual computation. Fully homomorphic encryption is basically encrypted compute over encrypted data. So you can imagine taking your private healthcare data, encrypting it so that nobody could read it, and then running a computation over that encrypted data. And then if you were to decrypt the result would be the same as if you had run the original computation over the original data. It's kind of magic, and it's amazing. This is another thing. So if you're working a lot of things like with private data, like healthcare data, fully homomorphic encryption is probably going to play an increasingly important role going forward. There's also multi-party computation, which is exactly what it sounds like. You have a bunch of different parties, and they're all kind of making a collective computation over some data that they have separately stored on their own devices. Then there's trusted execution environments. These are basically secure enclaves. You could imagine taking a portion of like your hardware, like your CPU and your RAM, and just kind of like setting it aside in like a black box. And you know that everything that's happening inside that black box is going to be happening correctly. You can't really necessarily see inside of it, but you know that it's being run correctly. And these are becoming more and more resilient. There used to be a lot of attacks on them, but they're kind of becoming stronger and stronger and more resilient to those attacks. A couple of other quick points. So there's a difference between global consensus and local consensus. It's basically a spectrum, right? So if I'm somebody who's sending out a computation, there's a difference between me being convinced that the result was computed correctly and then the entire network being convinced that the result was computed correctly, right? So the entire network being convinced is global consensus, me being only convinced is local consensus, and then there's a spectrum in between there, which is some subset of nodes being convinced. And it's really important when you're designing, let's say, for example, like some kind of computation, again, let's say over healthcare data, and you're kind of trying to aggregate a bunch of information, who needs to be convinced that this was computed correctly? Is it just the node that's sending out the computation? Is it everybody on the network? These are kind of, there's like a big design space, and these are things that you might want to keep in mind when you're doing it. And then some applications of this stuff, things like verifiable storage, like Filecoin, verifiable computing, privacy preservation, and so on. So there's a lot to say about AI. I'm going to not say much about it because, I think, well, Michael did a great job. And there's also, I think everybody here uses AI tools. But a few quick things about using AI for coordination. So you can use AI, of course, for literature review, for planning scientific studies, for automating peer review. Whether or not that's a good idea, we'll see. But you can do it. We're also probably going to be seeing increasing amounts of human-AI collaboration. So we know that, for example, a lot of these large language models were trained originally with reinforcement learning with human feedback, which is basically the model outputs something, a human rates it, basically, and then the result is fed back into the system, and that's done repeatedly over and over until the model is giving better and better answers, basically. We can do very, very similar things for science, right? We can have LLMs or other AI models that might come out in the future try to do some kind of science autonomously, and then they do it, and then the human scientists go and they say this is right, this is wrong, and then they create that feedback loop, and that feedback loop basically dramatically improves the AI model, and that's basically slowly creating autonomous science. And the last thing here is, if scientists are in fact contributing to this, much like artists contributing to, let's say, models that output images, the scientists should be rewarded for their contributions. This is really, really important because if the ownership of these models continues to be completely centralized, then the extraction of value and wealth from these systems will also be continuing to be centralized. And the gap between those who have power and those who don't will grow dramatically, even more than before. So with all that in mind, how do you coordinate scientists in a decentralized future? So first thing is, blockchains and cryptocurrencies are coordination mechanisms, right? They give you a unit of account and a method of exchange that is completely verifiable across many different parties. And as we know, mechanism design is easier with money than without money. So when you can actually just decide, when you can create your own money and decide how it's used, this dramatically increases the design space of how you can coordinate scientists way more than before. Like for example, with like open science, which did this is kind of like the foundation for a lot of the stuff we're doing here. Things like collaborative filtering. So collaborative filtering is kind of like the common example most people here are familiar with is probably things like Netflix recommendations or Amazon recommendations. When people are similar to you, buy this thing, then you might want to buy that thing. And there's you can do the exact same thing with scientists saying collaborating on whether this paper is a good paper or not, or whether this data set is valuable or not, and so on. And then, the next, naturally, if we're talking about coordination, especially with AI, a natural kind of use case for this is federated learning and privacy-preserving machine learning. So federated learning is basically when there's actually many, many components of federated learning, but basically, we all have data locally. We want to compute. We want to train some kind of AI model collectively, but we want to do that in a way that might preserve some of our kind of private data. And so, actually, we don't have to preserve it. That's an option. But basically, a bunch of nodes compute something locally. They send it to some aggregator or to on-chain, depending on the application. And if it's on-chain and you want to be private, you can use like a shard. or a kind of a private subchain or something. And then you can aggregate the results and then come out with like this better model that you were looking for all along. So the same thing goes for decentralized clinical trials and global data collection, right? Where is this data being located? Who's collecting it? How is it being stored? And how do we know that it's being that when people are actually using it, that it's being used correctly? All of these things basically require privacy-preserving technologies, things like FHE, and also verifiable computing, so that you know that the result is actually correct when you output it. So incremental publishing, right? So if you are have like some kind of research object, and you are all collectively incrementally adding one thing to another after it, you need provenance over that. You need to know who did it, when did they do it, can you verify it? If you're doing it, if it's a computational result, you want to be able to go back and say, was this done correctly? So there's obviously, of course, the verification and reproducibility of results. This is a major problem, of course, as we all know about the reproducibility crisis, replication crisis, sorry. It goes back to the exact same thing, right? Blockchains and verifiable computing basically enable reconstructing the scientific record for computations, right? So you can basically have a supply chain of everything that was ever done, and then you can recompute it. And so, for example, let's say you want to have an on-chain carbon credit system. So, right, so you trigger some kind of computation over satellite data, that some kind of time series satellite data, monitoring reforestation efforts or something like this, and then you based on the results of that, you can reward some kind of nodes. And the thing is, again, how do you know the computation was done correctly? Well, you want to use zero-knowledge proofs, but that might be really slow and expensive, which they are for computations that complex. You might want to use optimistic compute instead, right? So you might want to have like 3 or 4 or some arbitrary number of nodes all do the computation, come to a result, come to a consensus, and then output the result based on that. Same thing with anonymous contributions to publications, and this goes back to incremental publishing. How do you preserve the privacy of people who might not want their identities linked with their contributions to the scientific record? Again, you need to use things like zero-knowledge proofs, or other privacy-preserving technologies. You can also use trusted execution environments. There's a lot of options, but like the point is that there's this very big design space. And so last one is tokens to reward academics. This is where the design space is absolutely massive. And this is really where you want to be taking into account all aspects of game theoretic aspects of how people might game the system. How do you want to reward, and what do you want to reward? What kind of behavior do you want to reward? Because we know, for example, when we look at social media applications, those algorithms were specifically designed to accomplish particular goals, like let's say maximizing the amount of time you spend on the screen, right? So when you're designing cryptoeconomic systems for scientists, it's important to ask the question, what kind of behavior do you want to incentivize, and are the mechanisms that you're using actually going to accomplish that goal? So that's a really critical question that should constantly be asked at every step along the way when you're, let's say, designing tokenomics, or when you're designing any other kind of like reward structure within your protocol. So yeah, that was a basic overview. I wanted to kind of give like some ideas, because I know a lot of the people here are designing. What they do touches some of the areas I discussed here in a number of different ways. And yeah, that was that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Levi.
Yeah.
Next up, we've got Chris Hill from DeSci Labs. Chris will be talking about ARCs, the journals of the future.
Oh, good. Hello, everyone. It's a great honor to be here again this year at DeSci London. Thank you so much to the organizers for putting this together. So I'm going to talk today about ARCs, a new future for scientific journals. But first, I'm going to zoom out a little bit. Science is broken. This is something, if you're here today, this is something you do believe in. But the question is, what is broken about science? It's actually the coordination device of science that is broken. Because there's a coordination device out there, one that lies upstream of policy, technology, and human progress. It is the protocol by which knowledge is produced and validated. It is that coordination device that is broken. At the center of this coordination device lies a point in space that grants access to the incentive layer of science, a point from which everything else flows. Promotions, tenure, grants, career, your future. What is this? Well, it's the scientific paper. The peer-reviewed academic manuscript. Who here has published a paper? Raise your hands. Good. So, a lesser-known fact about this is that behind the paper lies what is known as the Vore. The Vore stands for version of record. That is the act of speech by publisher. It's a piece of technology. And behind it still hides a protocol, formats, PDFs, XML, a unique key called the DOI, bibliographic metadata, registered with Crossref, and the all-important impact factor. It is from this object of technology that everything flows. For your careers, for your future, all the inputs and outputs to the incentive layer flow from here. Everyone, from funders to institutions to scientists, receive rewards from this piece of technology. In fact, it coordinates everything. Coordinates what we publish, when we publish, where we publish, how we publish, what we certify, how we evaluate. That system is humanity's most important coordination device. And it coordinates not just researchers, but funding agencies, policymakers, university libraries, hiring committees, research institutions. All of them are signaling their value to the world based on the inputs and outputs of this system. But what is it? What hides behind it? Well, I call it the Vore Singularity. It's a coordination device. At the outside, you have a protocol, a way to connect, a way to access the incentive layer. You need to have PIDs by DOI.org, Crossref metadata registration, JAST XML. You have to abide to the Web of Science policy. The Web of Science, for those that don't know, is the all-powerful oracle of what is science and what is not science. You need to acquire a journal impact factor. There's an incredibly high barriers to entry to become a producer of version of record. Once you make it through, you are now able to produce these versions of records. Your citations will count because they're indexed by so-called scientific databases. Two of those, the Web of Science and Scopus, especially are extremely powerful. It is the Web of Science that grants the impact factor and tracks citations that matter in the system. And this system is what sets apart a genuine scientific paper from a blog on the internet. It is extremely important. And publishers ensure that this machine runs in good order. Of course, they run their journals, they have portfolios of journals and scientific communities, and they coordinate that system. And they collect revenue in the process. It's a very profitable business model, as you know. Profit margins from highly effective consolidated publishers like Elsevier, around 38%, and which is higher than Apple, Google, and all of these other big tech companies that we tend to consider as monopolies. That system suffers from hyperconsolidation. Every shock to this system leads to hyperconsolidation. In the 2000s, 47% of the article industry was controlled by the top 10. Today, 23 years later, it's 73%. Every shock in the system leads to acquisition consolidation. What I like to call prestige printer goes brr. That's what's happening with open access. Open access has opened the floodgates to information, but it has also created bad incentives in the system. Editors are pressured to accept more and more paper. It's a DDoS on the minds of scientists. There's just so much stuff out there. There's no way to track it. So much of that is of low quality or irrelevance, ultimately. And, you know, journals, scientific communities used to be at the heart of journals. Journals are newsletters for scientific community. They're creating an attention cone, right? It's like, this is what you should pay attention to. There's a social contract in journal, which is our community creates this legitimacy to this attention cone of things you should pay attention to and reuse and cite and build upon. Today, we've built out alienating production lines. We have stripped out the community aspect, and we're running these mega journals that are printing prestige essentially in an uncontrolled way. And there's security breaches everywhere. You can buy authorship for $1,000 in a journal that's indexed in WAS. The price keeps coming down, and AI is contributing to that massively. It's very, very difficult to tell genuine science from fraudulent research. There's an incredible amount of temptation out there from researchers to p-hack their studies, to essentially please reviewers, to do all sorts of behaviors that are, that are ultimately very bad for the quality of the scientific record. And there's a professional cast of pirates out there that, that even the all-powerful Vore oracles cannot stop, these predatory publishers. You can go on Telegram channels today and buy citations and buy authorship. The only way we get around that is going to be to move to a completely different model. There's simply no other way. But are publishers evil? No. They're homo economicus. They're following the incentives like everyone else in the system. It just turns out that the strategies that they pursue, there's 3 overpowered strategies that give you an incredible payoff. One is to consolidate, vertical and lateral acquisition and integrations. Another one is to capture your user and your data, right, to be able to train your proprietary models and do all of these things. And by capturing users, you can create these cascading models where you have a flycatcher up there, right, that high-impact journal. But as you get, bounced off, you go into the tier 2 and tier 3 offering, and that is the dominant model in scientific publishing right now, along with volume, running a mega journal and just being able to print as many versions of records as possible so that you can collect as much APCs as possible. Now you could say, well, it's a problem because it's a for-profit sector. Well, no, for-profit and non-profit. I mean, at the end of the day, it's an attitude towards dividends. Non-profits are also sustainability maximizers, and they need that volume. They need this predictable income in order to be able to grow and continue their operations. Things that are good for the scientific record are very bad strategies to pursue. Things like expanding the unit of value. How about if we placed importance on scientific research data to publish this openly, to make it accessible and reusable and fair? Findable, accessible, interoperable, and reusable. How about publishing research software? How about all of these artifacts that constitute the fundamental units of discovery? No, this is not something that's a good strategy to play because it doesn't pay the bill. It is not a valued signal in the system. Expanding the scope of curation. Today we have peer review, right? This very nebulous notion of peer review. Things like, but peer review doesn't check for reproducibility. It doesn't check for the openness and the data of the code and all of these other essential aspects. But peer reviewers are already overworked and do the work for free. You're not going to ask them to do more. The only way that they would be willing to do more is if you provide them, with, for example, if you pay peer reviewers, right? But this brings us to the third problem, is that we need, scientific communities should be able to have much more sovereignty over how they organize their journals. They should be able to own their brands. They should be able to pay their referees if they want to. But they can't because they're captured in systems and silos that prevent these types of actions from being taken. So the Vore Singularity is a coordination device that lives upstream of policy, technology, and humanity's future. For scientists every day, it feels like a black hole that you cannot escape. But think about it for a moment. It's just one single point in the vastness of meta-science coordination space. What we have today is just one way of coordinating the production and the validation of knowledge. And it's an extraordinarily vast space that we've yet to explore. And for me, this is DeSci. DeSci is a call to explore the vastness of meta-science coordination space. You could think about it as a topographic map where an axis is the rate of epistemic progress. We've barely explored that space. We're stuck in the Vore Singularity. There's so much out there we could do. So how do we escape the Vore Singularity? Well, we need to unlock meta-science space travel. Now, what is that? That means expanding the unit of knowledge, moving from research papers that are XML objects to interoperable, containerized research objects on an open state data network that can contain code, data, software, all of these artifacts that can be interoperable, called via APIs in a way that prevents the erection of paywalls and such devices that gate and keep knowledge away from the public. We need to expand the space of curation. We need to move away from a system where, say, my paper has been published in Cell, to a system where it's my research object has been verified by this community. And that verification should be broken down in verification signals. For example, is the data available? Are the results reproducible? Has it been pre-registered? All of these things that are fundamental for good science that are ignored by the Vore Singularity. And that is a system we can enable with attestations over research objects. And we need to expand community sovereignty. ARCs, autonomous research communities, must own their brand, their data, and control their policies. We must apply the principle of subsidiarity. Everything that can be determined at the community level, at the local level, should be determined at that level. It should be forkable. If Elsevier comes in to buy all of this system, to make it disappear, the community should just be able, fine, buy it, but we'll fork, and we'll move out, and we'll continue doing what we want. It needs to be built on open source software that is easy to deploy and easy to fork. And it needs to be interoperable. We cannot build this in a vacuum. We have to tether it to the Vore Singularity. We have to provide a bridge so that it interoperates with both systems, which makes our mission that much harder. But it's essential. And we need to, of course, interoperate with the vaster DeSci space, which is actually much easier than in the Web 2 system because we're working at the basis with very highly interoperable technologies. We need to move from this to that. We have to change the payoff. We have to change the optimal strategies. We have to patch the overpowered strategies that exist today and make the strategies that are good to science the strategies that are rewarded in that system. And for this, we have Web 3. There's an incredibly interesting idea and technology that has emerged. It's called the Open State Data Network. Open State Data Network allow us to break apart the data layer from the application layer. That means applications compete on features and quality of life for scientists. I mean, who has gone through a manuscript submission system? Raise your hand. You've probably spent a couple of hours wrestling with this piece of outdated tech. That's because they don't need to compete for it. We need to break apart this layer. Data and application should be separate. We have to build new incentive systems, and we have to create systems that provide these affordances for scientific communities to be able to determine what they want to publish, what they value, what they want to verify, and how they will determine the future of their communities. So for this, we're building these ARCs, these autonomous research communities, which is essentially a new kind of journal that are built on an open protocol called Codex that stands for Collaborative Open Data Exchange. There's a publishing layer that we will explore this afternoon in the workshop called DeSci Nodes, where you can build research objects that are rich, interactive research artifacts that are stored on this open state data network that anyone can connect to. We have to create trust signaling systems. This is everything that has to do with cryptographically signed attestations that essentially are bound to these research objects that any agent on that network can pull and find the credible metadata that tells them what they should trust about this piece of published research. We have to build a community layer. We're integrating with ORCID. We're building out all the nuts and bolts to make it possible for a scientific community to coordinate around curation and creation of scientific research. And incentives, of course. Because the Vore Singularity is a black hole you cannot escape. Your future is determined by the number of papers you publish, by the impact factor you publish in, and by the number of citations you'll accrue over your career. We need to provide strong, powerful, alternative incentives for people to do it. And it's not our incentive layer. It should be our incentive layer as the DeSci community. We should build and experiment with as many types of incentive layers as possible. Should be plurality inspired, because we will fail until we find what works. And for that, we need to unleash experimentation. And I invite all of you to think about how we can build this out and to join this effort. So we've been laying the groundwork for launching these vessels. There's a couple of communities that have started on building out these arcs, the Longevist, Moon DAO, Gitcoin, DeSci Foundation, Block Science, and it could be you also, or your scientific community, or people you know. If you know a community of scientists that run journals, please let us know. They will own their brand on their system. They can always go back to Elsevier, but from Elsevier you cannot go to DeSci because they own the brand of the journal. So you have to think, this is an opportunity for experimentation, and if you know people that are engaged, that is a professional scientific community at the very cutting edge of knowledge, we would love to be able to connect with them so that we can work it out. So make no mistake, it will be incredibly hard to reach escape velocity from the Vore Singularity. It will take a lot to engineer viable vessels to travel into meta-science space. But the mission of DeSci is as urgent as it is vital. If we can accelerate science, we can accelerate humanity. So join us, help us to unlock this pluralistic future and reach escape velocity from this singularity so that we may usher together the DeSci plurality. Thank you to my team, and thank you to you, DeSci London.
Thank you, Chris, for a fantastic talk. Next up, we have Fotis, who will be moderating the publishing panel. I'll leave it up to him to introduce all of the guests.
I can hold the mic, I don't mind if it works, because it's brilliant, yeah, that's fine by me. That was incredible. Hello, okay. Shall we, should me and Johnny sit next to each other? Just we're both done. Yeah, okay. Myself and Johnny are both from Research Hub, so maybe we'll just take questions together.
Okay, okay.
Is that all right?
Yeah, sure. And have some water there too.
Oh, we need another. Okay.
You will have a mic?
No, I'm not going to hold this.
Grabbing my coffee if you don't want. Oh. Is Chris also?
Hello, testing. I'm just going to announce the next workshop as well. So it's on decentralized IP. It will be led by Bianca Trovo, and it's upstairs on floor 6. Sorry.
Thank you.
So as you can see, we have quite an expansive panel here with us today. And before I let our panelists introduce themselves very briefly, I will introduce myself first. I'm Fotis Syrikis. I'm a PhD student, part of a program relating to issues with open science. And I study interdisciplinary collaboration in highly interdisciplinary environments. And I've also been in the Web3 DAO space, so I have this double perspective of both an insider and an outsider. And what I wish is for bridges to be built between these worlds of academia and DeSci and the industry, basically. So without further ado, I'll let our panelists introduce themselves very briefly.
Thank you very much.
Nathan?
Yeah. So to start, my name's Nathan. In my day job, I'm a medical doctor and researcher at the University of Oxford. And I've also been involved with a project called Research Hub for the last 2 years. So thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Jonathan Hepner, and I am a philosopher of psychology by training, and I work in the Research Hub Foundation in the Science Communication Group as the lead there.
Hi everyone, my name is Arash Rafi. I'm a MD and PhD. I'm a professor of gynecology and obstetrics and genetic medicine, and and I am the founder and CEO of SciNFT, which is a platform that aims at transforming research assets into NFTs.
Hello, everyone. I would like to thank Bharat Harbham for being here today. I'm a Brazilian scientist. I work with mosquitoes. I've been in academia for 40 years. This is my second career as an entrepreneur. I lead the DeSci journals. I'm very happy to be here and finally meet some friends that I've been in touch online for years now. I'm really happy for finally getting their acquaintances.
Yeah, I think this is an experience we all share, like seeing the people who are avatars on our screens actually physically with
really
bodies
exist,
in the space. All right, so I'd like to open up with a question directed to all. What are experiences that each of you had with publishing, with academic publishing, that solidified your conviction that something needs to change? And how did you go about it in your own journeys, your own projects?
Should I start very briefly? So I know we're following from a talk from Chris that very, very well summarized all the problems in the academic industry. So I'll be brief, but there's a very short window after I finished my medical degree before I got access to the University of Oxford login again, where I realized I could no longer log in with my institution to all the journals I had access to previously for a week. And suddenly there was just this realization that there was no way of accessing this content other than through potentially Sci-Hub or something like that. And you just felt like you were completely locked out of the conversation. You couldn't access any kind of data that you needed. And essentially you were stuck using other people's logins, if anything. And just that feeling of realizing, wait a minute, without the backing of a traditional institution, you really are just completely locked out was a real fundamental realization for me. What did you think, John?
For me, it was really my education in psychology, which was it was underwhelming. And then the replication crisis became big in 2015. And we started talking about it in a course called Philosophy of Psychology. That really drove me into questioning how the science was produced. And I was like, wait, maybe they are not actually doing a fully perfect job here. Maybe that could be improved. And this professor really told us about his experience of publishing, and it was eye-opening that I realized scientists were not being paid. As a naive, really young student, I had just assumed that people who write the content should also get paid. And then it wasn't the case, and so that drove me to think about these issues. And then I discovered Bitcoin, and I realized the similarity of what Bitcoin is doing with keeping consensus and what a scientific journal is doing with keeping consensus. And that drove me to pursue these similarities and try to figure out solutions that could actually allow scientists to come to a consensus and then also capture the value of that.
Personally, I was an extremely good sheep. I published more than 120 to 150 papers. I stopped counting them in all major journals, Nature, Cell, Science, a bunch of them in very high-profile journals. My latest one was a Lancet Oncology, 7,000 whole genome. From the day my team started working on the project to publication, and some other team had done some work before, so we were like an add-on to something. It took us a year and a half. I expressed the fact that I wanted to share the data earlier, and people told me we're going to be scooped. I couldn't imagine how we're going to be scooped on 7,000 genome of the Qatari population. It's not like something people have in their lab. Oh, I found this 6,000 genome, let's scoop these guys. The editorial process was 6 months, and I realized I didn't sign up for that. As a young teenager, I wanted to, what do researchers want? We want to have fun in the lab, basically, do stuff, meet smart people, and share what we discovered and get excited by the other discoveries of others. And now scientists are probably the saddest person I know. They're swamped by, honestly, it's like want to make me give up sometime. They're like abiding by the biggest scam on earth. I don't agree. I agree with everything you said, but I think, probably publishing is the biggest scam above crypto and, it's really the biggest scam out there. Peer review has no validity. A lot of studies have shown that concordance for acceptance is around 50%, so toss a coin and decide, you know. And peer review has no value. Impact factors have absolutely no value. Everybody can know if a research is good just by reading it. It's a laziness thing. So I just didn't believe in it. And I think I didn't believe in it. And then you can decide you want to lie to yourself or walk out of it. So I walked out of it. I still had PhD students. I resigned from the university, from academia, to create SciNFT. I negotiated for my PhD student that they will never, ever submit a paper to any journal. And the dean has no choice. It's my freedom as a scientist and as a thing. And for a long time, I've been saying, oh, we can do both. You can all, I mean, we should stop. We should just tomorrow stop. You know, it's like, there's no point. Like, guys, just don't publish in a journal. It's like pointless. And so that's my journey. And now the fight that I hope that we're going to all win, you know.
It is, you know, when you are in a game and you do not know the rules, you know, like I said, it was for the kids in academia. And you just publish, you know, in the beginning of the year, you make an agreement with your lab that you're going to publish 2 or 3 papers that year. You know, it's a lot. It's a lot. It sounds like just 3 units or something. But, you know, you have to do experimentation, observations. You know, in my case, I was mosquito lab and field. So I had to go to the field, collect the mosquitoes and analyze the data and write the data, you know, and make a nice paper. So, and you do not realize that you are in this game giving away one of the most important things that you have, that is your copyright. You know, it's who is the content creator who gets 0% copyright? Only scientists. There are no other artists, musicians. Nobody gets 0%. Come on. So, you know, it was in the end of my career that I wrote with a colleague a chapter of a book for this big publishing house that I don't, I don't say. And I enter into the trouble of reading the contract because sometimes, you know, you have this square that you just tick, you know, it's terms and conditions. You know, who reads those things? But I said, well, it's a book. It's going to be a very thick book. I'm in a chapter, a co-author of a chapter. I'm going to read this contract. I could not believe it. I was giving away my copyright for 100 years after I leave this earth. I said, come on, guys. So I start talking to the other co-authors. Have you read this thing? This is, you know, I'm not going to sign it. I was wrong, you know, by pure peer pressure and a call from my director. I signed it. So I keep this book in my bed, you know, my bedside, to remind me of how unkind and unfair this publishing industry is. And from that day on, I made a promise to myself, I'm going to change this.
It seems that there's some...
A lot of anger.
Maybe, I really appreciate your revolutionary spirit, right? Which is something that should be present in this culture, in these spaces. And it seems that there's a whole nexus of problems, there's a whole nexus of fuck-ups, basically, with the current scientific system. They either have to deal with a medium of how it is done. As you said, there are some, and as we also saw with Chris's presentation on how the paper is like this holy thing, the PDF, the holy PDF, and we are trapped in this textual landscape and we cannot imagine other ways to go outside of it and what we can publish or what can actually be an object of scientific funding that can be shared with others. And a thing that is common, that is probably behind a lot of these issues is incentives a lot of times. And so I would like to direct a question at you guys from the Research Hub, Nathan and Johnny, about, we know that we're familiar how existing metrics and means of quantifying scientific impact lead to perverse incentives. So how does tokenization redefine the incentive landscape?
Brilliant. Yeah, no, that's an excellent question. And this is the first time I'm hearing the experience of Arash and Maria, and that was quite something. And so I thought we could just quickly, before I get onto that, talk a little bit about where I think the core of the issues are. So I think probably a lot of the issues with tech transfer, a lot of the issues with publishing come down to the institutions, ultimately. So I can speak from the perspective of one of the beneficiaries of this system, University of Oxford, which own their own publishing house, Oxford University Press, and it's one of the largest incomes for the university. So they'll make money from OUP and they'll make money from fees from courses, and that's it. They make a loss on everything else. And really, they will be the core of where the solutions will be. Either we fight against the institutions or we work with them. And I'd be happy to have a discussion about how we can address that. With the project of Research Hub, as you mentioned, one of the big issues is that our current industry incentivizes bad behaviors and doesn't incentivize good behaviors. And so we've thought about this in two ways. So firstly, allocation of a token does directly incentivize what you want it to incentivize, but we've also thought about developing a reputation algorithm that gives people different weightings based on their reputation and therefore different powers as to where they can allocate their tokens. Because once you get a platform that has a good ecosystem running, it incentivizes good behaviors and good users, but it also incentivizes a lot of spam users, a lot of bad behaviors, frankly. And so at the moment in the traditional publishing industry, you've got this reputation wall that's held by the institutions that kind of blocks out bad behaviors, well, at least most of it. Some of it still gets through, but also a lot of good behaviors as well. And so you need to find a way, if you're going to decentralize that, of still keeping that quality control. And so we've got a lot of exciting stuff coming up, but essentially users with higher reputation, however that reputation is allocated, will have more control over the allocation of tokens. And then we can do things like incentivize peer review, which we've done on the platform. So at the moment, bioRxiv and medRxiv preprints that have become popular are automatically assigned a $150 bounty for people to write their peer reviews. And once you actually pay people for their time of writing a good quality peer review, that solves a lot of problems downstream in relation to bad quality peer reviews, kind of corrupt peer review system where you recommend your own friends to peer review your own paper, etc. And I'll pass on to Johnny for more details on that.
I think one thing to add here is basically that instead of just like punishing bad behavior, you can really reward good behavior if you have an incentive mechanism. And reward is usually a much more effective way in psychology to get people to do what you want them to do. And if we are focusing on quality, reproducibility, and try to figure out a way to reward that, then basically we can move people to do this more by offering them incentives for that. And this is also what we have, what we find is really that when we change what we incentivize, because the mechanism is under the guidance of the Research Hub Foundation, and it's continuously evolving, and it's not just like one stable metric, and we can actually move it into the areas where we want to see quality. So when we reward peer reviews, then we find that people do more peer reviews. And if we reward, we fund now pre-registered research, so we can incentivize pre-registration. And in the same way, we can continuously update this and move it into the realms where we think that we need to improve the literature.
And a quick shout out to the collaboration with Athena DAO. I know they're in the audience at the moment, but they've also been putting up bounties for pre-registrations in a topic area of their interest. So it also incentivizes research into neglected areas through the traditional academic funding model, which is a real benefit.
And this is an interesting point, actually, because it is about representation of scientific fields, specifically right now in this space. It seems to be very oriented on biotech. So what avenues do you see for having more openness in terms of the fields that are being represented.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm happy to discuss the reward mechanism. I think the reward incentive is a failure of what we're doing. You know, it's like we're at the stage of we want to pay people to publish, we want to pay. I'm a scientist, I review whatever. You don't to ask me money. I don't need your money to review a paper if it's in my field. I don't want the money, I want the science. So we all are at the stage of our project. You guys are more advanced, DeSci Labs, sure, and you guys, that we are thinking, oh, nobody's using our system, so how we get them to use it. And money is the worst because money is expensive. You know, it's not Uber when they provide it. So I think we have to acknowledge that right now, I think there's a major failure of open science in general. Less than 20% are open, and DeSci on top of it. And so I think that, you know, for example, peer review, I don't believe in it. I like community moderation. We are 100 to 100 gynonc in my specialty in the world. I want to see how many of the leaders give a like to a paper. If all of them say it's great paper, I don't need to read the review. I make my opinion. If all of them say red flag, what is the best platform for learning something is true or not is Reddit. They don't have reviewers. They have community moderating a post. You have experts giving their opinion because they feel engaged with it and they don't get anything. So I think we have to be extremely careful with setting up reward mechanisms that are not going to be sustainable on long term. Elsevier is earning the margin of Elsevier is because they don't have a reward. If they had reward, they wouldn't make any money, you know? So we have to be careful with the reward system. I mean, it's great to give awards to people. It's great to create exceptional, like we're launching a negative results award next month to promote people publishing their negative results. But I really think we have to come together, create like a consortium, talk one voice, and at SciNFT we talked about you guys, we talked about DeSci Labs, we want to, and kind of give people like, hey, you should do it because that's the only way that humanity is going to progress, is by 100% of science and education, we forget always education, being freely available for everyone on Earth. You know, you're talking about you, I mean, like I went to Africa or Asia, they can't read. They do PhDs based on abstracts, basically. So I think the mission is the fundamental. The reward is making people feel good about what they are as a human being and not just like incentive. And then we can like come up with prizes, et cetera, is always a motivator. But I think that for me, the reward is like, hey, I do it because I feel happy to do it.
Can I?
The publication industry is as big as the music industry. It's $26 billion per year, okay? So they could share, they could give a share of a paper that they charge from $2,000 to $6,000 per paper. Some journals, they charge $10,000 to $15,000 per paper. They can give a reward to reviewers, to the editors. They don't do, because this is the game that they're playing, you know, and everybody's playing this game, sucked by this vortex that Chris talked about, you know. We were in the system, and you either don't realize or you have to play, you know, this is the music that's playing, so you have to dance.
It's a blue pill, red pill.
Yeah. So, you know, they could share and they could still be billionaires, but they don't, you know. And the reward system, we are trying a distributive economy in our MVP. And we are charging like 10 times less than this 2,000 and giving part to the reviewers and editors. Is it a little? Yes. But, you know, everybody had zero before. So anything that is more than zero is significant. So, but, you know, amazingly, some people did not want to get paid. You know, they got offended. So it was funny. There is, for scientists, there is good money and there is bad money. So there is also this social interplay, you know, that we have to learn as well. It's not just technicalities, you see. It's not just I give to you. I think it was Jelani Clark, the head of DeSci World. he was speaking about good money and bad money for scientists, and how could we adjust the language, okay? Because before, to win a prize or to get a grant, this is good money. This is good language. Now, to get a reward, to get money, this is bad language. You see, it's like, are you paying me for, you know, for doing something that I supposed to pay, but because it's supposed, because, you know, we've been doing this for 100 years. So, you know, this is like the normal thing. So we have to think about the rewards, but adjust not only the language, but the mechanisms that will make this kind of psychological profile feel good about themselves.
So it is a mixture between the extrinsic motivations that token systems can give, and the intrinsic motivation that we might neglect sometimes.
Yeah, and the system has to be sustainable. 5,000 papers per day are published. You give $150 to 2 reviewers per paper, no company can support that. Like, I mean, like you have to.
If they charge 1,000, they can.
No open science company that are free for, you cannot charge. I mean, like on SciNFT publishing is less than $1. I cannot pay $150 for every 2 reviewers. So you have to also have a real like long-term plan. Like I wish you guys at Research Hub had 5,000 papers per day. Let me and show me how you can pay everybody. Like you know, it's just not sustainable as an economy. And so I think then the economy should come from extrinsic factors. You know, we sell NFTs. You guys do. You know, the tokenization of assets and the token value goes high because external investor comes and your value as a token holder goes high. Without the company having, I think we should be an empty tool, you know, people put their stuff and the community reacts to that rather than we trying to create like, to become another journal. I don't want to become a publisher. I really want to create a collaborative space.
I think Irish comes up with some really interesting points there, and there's a lot of different things that could be discussed. I think the first thing to say is that our experience at Research Hub is that good quality peer review takes significant time from people with significant expertise that have had to put in a lot of investment to develop that expertise. And if they're having to earn their money through their day job, and their peer review time is a public good that they do in their extra time in the evenings, along with the hundreds of other things that they have to do and their family commitments, etc., then there's a limit to how much you can demand of these people if there isn't a way of them making it a sustainable part of their actual day-to-day job plan. We still want people to have flexible work-life balance, and we want the best people peer reviewing the most impactful papers on our platform. We also want interdisciplinary peer review. So if there's a statistical aspect or a particular statistical techniques that's been used in a paper, we don't want the generalist clinician having sole responsibility for peer reviewing that entire paper. We want to have an expert statistician come in and have a look at the statistical techniques. We want a computer scientist to come and check the back end, ideally. And that requires people to devote their actual work time to the peer review process.
But see it outside of the context of a peer review being valid. Peer review was created by Maxwell, the creator of Elsevier. It was not created by scientists. So you still believe in it because you're young. I'm not young. So you're still you're still the blue pill. I get attacked with the red pill. Let DeSci Lab create research objects, and I look at it, and I'm like, hey, that's my opinion on that small research object. And instead of having, papers don't make sense. Papers are a creation from the last century. They're too long. Any figure 1 of a paper is a former entire science project, like 5 strains of knockout mice, you know, genomic data, et cetera, et cetera. So I think that the future of science is compartmentalized papers. So you have, you have feedback on every step of it. I love what the guy's doing. Like, we're never going to develop like what they're doing because I think their product is great. I think you guys are more on the paper thing. We want to be on the more research asset in between them and you. And I think give this opportunity of getting feedback. Social media doesn't have peer review. My son is a star on social media. He never got a peer review. He got community moderation. People know his content, et cetera, et cetera. We have to go social media-like. You know?
Can I say something about it? Because for me, one of the main motivations to join Research Hub and work for them was because they had a Reddit-style forum. And I agree with you, that's the insight that was driving my own choice to work for them, right? But that doesn't mean for me that you shouldn't have incentives in the system that go beyond the upvote, downvote mechanism. Because I think, in fact, you might be correct that that peer review is not the end game. I agree that even there's this story from Einstein that he got a peer review and then he's like, no, I'm not going to publish with you because what your reviewer said was wrong anyway. Why I didn't allow you to share it, you know? So I see that point. It's not that somebody reads it and then it's already valid, but if you could use the incentive mechanism to incentivize new behaviors, and we continuously upgrade this, so that's exactly what we do. Maybe at one point we can incentivize reproduction of a paper, and then there's a bounty to reproduce the paper, and somebody might be incentivized not to just believe what they read, but actually go out and test it, and then all of a sudden you have this has been tested 2-3 times. Okay, that's a different way of confidence that I have in the paper now. And it doesn't stop with peer review just because it begins there. And I think that is something that we have to be thinking of, and then tying it back to the talk that was earlier where somebody said mechanism design is much easier when there's money involved. I agree. I think this is actually true, that people do follow that motivation, and that's one reason to use it, even despite the fact that it's not maybe the peer review that is going to be the final product. The real deal is to actually incentivize quality and work the way towards this.
Yeah, and yes, you know, a peer review can even take your paper to the next level, you know. I had a bad experience with the peer reviewing. Of course, you know, sometimes you get people who are there just to criticize. But I have also very good experience with reviewing, because the peer reviewing should be something, you know, to edit in a good way, to improve, you know. So, you know, it should be even called improvers or something, you know. So just because they can really, from the title, you know, there is this a very good example. A guy, he was talking about people coming to symptomatic to hospitals, and the reviewer told him, you should call this the iceberg effect. And because he changed the title, as the reviewer was proposing, his paper is the mostly cited paper, and I found him, and I used this effect in my paper 150 years later because of the title, you see. So the reviewer goes and says, you know, you should correct this table, you know, do a graphic with a color, you know, because now we do have those things. I used to do black and white papers. Now everything is so beautiful, you know, with cells and 3Ds. So the role of the peer reviewing and the peer reviewers is to improve your communication and, you know, the way you show to your work.
Can I say something?
To the world.
Yeah, I agree with you guys, but I think there's two values in blockchain: transparency and honesty. Okay, I'm happy to ask my best colleagues to peer review my papers and actually put my paper with invited peer reviewers. And the fact that we think that you guys have to invite the peer reviewers is wrong. I think if I send my paper to my best friend, they give me a review, I can publish the paper with a review. That's honesty and transparency. They're identified and everybody knows them. And you guys don't have to do the job, and then community moderate that reviews. And so that provides accountability. So I just want to finish because I think we don't have time, so I will not talk again. I do think that success next year will be if we can really do a consortium of all of us to speak one voice to the scientists. And, you know, and even maybe all pull a little bit of resources together to create a point of entry where a similar object, we're not competitors. They can have our token, they can have your token, they can have their token, they can have Maria token, and it's going to be for incentive for scientists. So I really think we should really work on building a consortium of that. The second thing is every conference, I do the same thing. Guys, just go on every platform, SciNFT, DeSci Labs, open an account, take 5 minutes. If you say, I don't have time, I don't believe you. So, and I will check this week how many accounts are open. And as usually, it's 1 or 2. And so how many people in this room? 50. If you guys are the motor for our success. Open something, publish a formal paper, publish a figure, a negative result, anything. Just try it out. Without your support, none of us is going to succeed.
Yeah. Because adoption is a big issue. Like we've gone very deep into the problems that you've experienced, that young researchers face. But that's the issue, that there's some very good solutions at the moment. There's some very good organizations, very genuine in what they build. But we still have to, I think, support each other into actually using these tools and testing them out and having this kind of critical uptake and basically interfacing with the people on the ground, because this is also a big issue that is here right now, especially, I don't know about your experiences, especially in the Global South, where there's less well-resourced institutions, there's environments that are more challenged, people have way less time, and in some cases, at least in my case in Greece, where the research digitization is not even a thing. So I think it'd be nice to, in the last 3 or 4 minutes that we have, to think more about how do we approach people and meet them where they're at. When we talk about, not only about us using these tools, which we have to, and the consortium I think is something very nice, a very good suggestion, but like how do we speak to people, to everyday scientists in different fields?
Well, yeah, this is, I think if we get to answer this question of U40, we got it all, because this is a matter for your science as well. It's a social science matter. How do we address these people with a certain language that they will understand? Mm-hmm. Sometimes, it's so clear for me what it should be, but it's like you said, maybe it's not what they want. So I'm always in contact, always asking, always listening much more than talking. This is difficult.
Yeah.
But, we should be listeners, adjust our language. In Brazil, I stopped talking crypto. I don't say crypto. I say
it has a stigma.
I say digital currencies, and if they ask, I'll say, no tokens, just, we are in a transition period. We have to understand that too, We have to just make smooth for people.
Can I say something? So I think that there's a widespread understanding in the scientific community that the current publishing model is not working for them. People are unhappy about unpaid peer reviews, for example. They are unhappy about the times it takes. They are unhappy about the whole exploitative model, even the fact that publishers earn all the money and kind of extract value from the governments in a way. And this is already existing. So what we really need to do is to make an alternative that is actually attractive, something that is really something that these people can use on a daily basis and want to use on a daily basis. In a way, think about electric vehicles, right? Electric vehicles were not cool for a long time because they didn't ride far enough. So then Tesla made them cool, but they didn't just make one that drove really far. They made one that looked really cool and was the fastest car that would race faster than a Porsche. Right? Then when you go inside it, the interior is not that greatly designed, right? I would still prefer the BMW over the Tesla from the inside. But it worked. It looked amazing, and that's how you can speak to people. So we have to have something that is faster than a Porsche. So if we don't have that, we're not going to win.
But that's a good comparison, actually.
Can I finish the thought? So I think what is important is really to build tools that are better at publishing papers, and this is what I see really what Research Hub is about. It's like a better UX of reading and commenting and discussing papers in a forum, and I think that's what people will use if it is actually faster than what they have as an alternative. And yeah, that's the point. So
it may be not even papers, because we have a richness of things that we can publish now.
yeah, it doesn't have to be only PDF, but.
Right, do we have any more time?
You're at, it's lunch, but you guys can say one last thing if you need to.
Just open for question for one question.
Yeah, it'd be nice, actually. So, if anybody has questions, raise your hands. If you're very hungry, okay. All right.
So just one quick question, because around the peer review, I was thinking one of the major discussion in publishing is about the blinding of either authors or peer reviewers. So I wanted to think about what about in your vision, should be an author be able to be anonymous?
You can't have an anonymous author. It's impossible. The people know the labs. Send me any paper in my field, I know who did it right away. You know the writing side. So you know, any clinical studies, it starts by, we recruited 100 patients at this hospital. So you cannot randomly, so author anonymity, it doesn't exist. Peer review anonymity is what creates a lot of bias, and I think it's against the value of the blockchain. On blockchain, I want to be identified. I'm perfectly fine telling my best friend that his paper is crap. I'm perfectly fine. I mean, you imagine that we think scientists might be biased because they don't like the guy? I mean, that's a very low esteem of what a scientist is. Like, that's not what scientist behavior is like. And I hope that if you publish something and I tell you it's not really good or you did this mistake, you're gonna, I mean, psychology was a good example of a huge reproduction crisis with peer review. So the system failing us. And I just want to rebound on your Tesla analogy that I found well. That's exactly, one of my investors is one of Elon's friend, and he always tells me Elon doesn't really know what he has to do tomorrow, but he knows what's not going to be there in 50 years. And obviously he thinks that a motor that gets oil in it and it's dirty is not going to be the future. And I do think that we're trying to build something, but if we still hang on to the vestige of the past, like, oh, I want to be the next car, but let's put a motor inside and let's also pay the guy who put the gas in. So so I think we have to also think in terms of innovation. What's going to be research, publishing, or scientific communication, I would say, in 50 years? And I don't think it's the opinion of two people on a PDF. That doesn't strike me.
I would accept the anonymity. I would accept. Sometimes, if you are very well established in your area of knowledge, if you come with something that is very disruptive, you cannot say. You just cannot say. You're going to be crucified. You're going to be canceled, to be in the social terms. So, anonymity, I think, is fine for my perspective.
Because there's also conflicts of interest a lot of times. Especially.
Yeah.
No, but Maria, that works if somebody has to accept the paper. But on Science you go just publish it right away. You just really put your paper. Nobody can cancel you. On DeSci, nobody can cancel you. That's the beauty of open source. I want to say something, I just say it and let the community come back to me.
I guess we can endlessly ponder this question. Yeah. So it'd be good to finish this. Sorry, we didn't get to the other question. I hope you enjoy this panel.
Happy to have a
today.
chat over lunch.
Yeah, and everybody
who has any other questions.
Feel free.
So just before everyone goes, we've got an after party this evening. There's actually going to be a coach that we've organized. It will be leaving from outside here at 7 p.m. So there's time for everyone to grab food. And then we'll be going 30 minutes down the road to a warehouse/art gallery. Warehouse sounds intimidating. It's an art gallery. For some drinks and dancing.
Some more people. Oh, there she is. Okay. Hello? Okay, awesome. All right, we're going to go ahead and get started because we have 4 amazing panelists joining us today, and they have a lot to say about women's health, and I love this topic. And I'm really excited to dive into all the details of what they're working on. So joining me is Jenna Harris and Maria Marinova from Athena DAO, and Veronica Kieran and Aaron McGinnis from Asterisk DAO. So to get started, I would like to know what first inspired you to utilize DAOs to accomplish improvements for women's health research? And maybe we can get started with Jenna, because I know your background is more traditional academia, you have a PhD. I'd love to hear how you first heard about Athena DAO and how you first got involved.
So my background is very academic and traditional. Before I joined the DAO, I joined the DAO directly after my PhD. I studied molecular and cell biology, and my dissertation is on RNA biology and aging. But I wasn't new to Web3. I actually started learning about Web3 in 2020. And to be honest, a lot of this was just to increase my income during the PhD because I was in the Boston area and it's quite expensive. And so I taught myself how to trade and got really interested in just blockchain technology in general. So I learned like what a DAO was through there. And a few years after that, I started to see talk online about decentralized science. And of course, this was immediately interesting to me. So as soon as I defended last year, I met Laura McKinney at East Boston, early 2023. And as soon as I wrapped up my dissertation, then I joined Athena DAO. And because of my background in longevity is what got me thinking about like women's reproductive longevity, things like the big sex differences between men and women in aging. Like, for example, every single woman will experience menopause. So it was kind of like my personal interest and scientific interest collide, and I think the DAO is the best way because, the benefits of using blockchain and because you're able to bring a community around what you do as well.
Amazing. Veronica, I know your background is more in the business and nonprofit space. Can you talk about what drew you into the idea of a DAO for this project?
Yeah, so what I mentioned yesterday is that I burnt out of my first company. I basically forcibly sold it in order to save my own mental health. And so to build a DAO is to, first of all, speak to everybody's strengths. So like I don't have to learn to code on the chain, which like I did for my last company, and I coding and Web 2, and trust me, it's not my strength. So like nobody wants me doing that. And a DAO means that we can bring people in who are really experts in their particular areas, and that makes the whole organization stronger. And it means that when somebody who might have a chronic medical condition, which, by the way, people who join health organizations tend to have health concerns. That's why they're so passionate about it. So we want to be able to say, take a rest. It's okay. The team's got this. And so for me, there's that social aspect. It's not just, okay, we can have voices from all over the world. That's incredibly critical for women's health. It's not just the structure means that we can accelerate science faster. It's also from an internal standpoint that we will all be healthier running this organization, and thus the organization will last and live longer.
Yeah, you mentioned burnout and rest. Two things that I think we probably don't discuss enough in the Web3 sector. And Lydia gave a great talk yesterday on her research of white papers for DAOs and mentioned that very few white papers even discuss working conditions for people within the DAO. So I'm curious if either of your organizations have thought about how to treat the people in your organizations who are doing the work. Do you want to take that, Maria? Or?
Sure. Actually, when I joined the whole DAO ecosystem, I guess, I started with Vitalia DAO around 3 years ago, and then Athena DAO. I think a huge plus for me was that it was very flexible, and I had a lot of freedom to decide what I want to do and how much time I want to spend on doing it, which allowed me to do it during my PhD, during my job in VC, and experiencing that type of work then led me to the decision that I do want to do it full time and actually dedicate all of my time to the DAOs.
That's super exciting, yeah.
Everyone can do it.
Yeah. I can add, like for me, because I was in Web3 before, so it was kind of, well, basically my values like came together, so I think like working in Web3 is much better. Because I'm not like running all my experiments and then trying to keep up with everything going on in the space. So now, yeah, everything is together, and I've been much happier since then.
That's great news. Aaron, we haven't heard from you yet. So I know you recently joined Asterisk as strategy lead. You come with a lot of experience in the DeSci space, and you were involved in putting together this analysis of the space. So I'm curious, what lessons are you bringing into Asterisk now after having worked in this space for so long?
Definitely. Leading off of your last question, some of the research we had done at Talent DAO, which is focused on researching DAOs and the future of decentralized work, and within DAO structures, really having a central core and like a very specific mission and vision of what you're pointing towards was one of the biggest findings from Talent DAO's research. And at Asterisk DAO, we're really focused on really helping women be part of that conversation about their own health and their own health data, and that's important. So really kind of having that be core is, I think, one thing I'm bringing in from Talent DAO's perspective. Across the rest of the Asterisk DAO team, we have some incredible talent on that tech transfer side and kind of just understanding some more of the industry and academic, like how those systems work. So we have a really great balance between some of my experience in Web3 and DeSci, other communication, other startup, nonprofit experience, to really collaborate in this way where we continuously have each other's back and are able to balance each other's realms of expertise and really create an effective roadmap moving forward.
That's exciting. Maria and Jenna, I know you're both involved in the science and deal flow at Athena DAO. So I'm curious on the tech transfer topic, what Athena DAO's experience has been like working with tech transfer offices for your IP NFTs, and if there's any insights there you can share with other people who are building in this space.
I can start. We've had some very good experiences with TTO so far. We have some deals in the US, some in Europe. We did face some challenges in Singapore, so it's very dependent on the institution, the TTO, but a lot of them are quite open to new ideas in DeSci, and that's pretty much their job, to get researchers funding any way they can and translate the science. And I don't think they get that many opportunities, so I think they should definitely keep a more open mind.
That's exciting. Jenna, any thoughts?
Yeah, no, basically it will depend on the university, but we've had good experiences so far. And I mean, ultimately, all the scientists know that they need more funding, and they would like to see what they're working on be developed and go into the market. So yeah, quite receptive.
Well, kudos to the team for working out those deals and moving the IP NFT space forward for women's health. I'm really excited about the work you guys are doing. Veronica, I want to kind of get back to the focus of this panel and women's health specifically. I know you have shared previously some of the appalling characteristics of the data that drives how women are treated clinically. Can you share a few of those insights with us, just so the audience becomes more aware of what it means for a woman to go visit a doctor and, for instance, be prescribed Ambien.
Yeah, Ambien's one of my favorite stories because it's just so stupid. Yeah, I think we've heard a little bit of it during the past few days, but specifically in the United States as an example, in the 1970s and 80s, women of reproductive age were fully banned from clinical trials. Full stop. Didn't matter if you were pregnant, didn't matter if you were on birth control, didn't matter if you were not partnered. The possibility of a fetus ever, in theory, meant you could not be involved. So 1993, US Congress said, okay, that's maybe not such a good idea. So then we reversed that decision, and that has cascaded around the world then as well. But to this day, only 12% of female-specific disorders are studied with female animals in clinical trials.
Wild.
So male animals are still used for female disorders. And I'm not talking about reproductive disorders. I'm talking about anything affecting a woman. So 80% of fibromyalgia affects women. 80 to 90% of autoimmune disorders affect women. The list just cascades on and on and on, but we have no clear understanding of how the hormonal cycle of the female body affects all of these things. So Ambien, studied on men alone, all of a sudden women are going psychotic. Because it turns out that Ambien dosage that they chose for men is double what a woman's body can take. So now there's an asterisk next to the dosage. Dosage is X milligrams unless female.
Let that sink in. It's just wild to me. I mean, I first talked to a researcher focusing on diabetes research for women specifically, and she enlightened me to this fact, and it's just kind of mind-blowing when you think about it. I mean, when you're in the drug development sector, you know how essential dose is. And it just seems like a massive oversight by the industry to not have better data on women and be able to treat them specifically. And I just think it's so important. So can you share, oh yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say, can I add something to that?
Yes, please do.
So as an example as to why, ADHD medication doesn't work well on women in the luteal phase of their cycle. So if you have 50% efficacy, that looks really bad in a clinical trial. So let's just leave women out, and then now you have 100% efficacy, or 75, 80, 90% efficacy. So it's things like that like the nuances of the female body, which is 51% of the population of the world. Okay, we're more than half of the population of the world, but it's too complicated, which obviously I'm fired up, but aren't we scientists? Isn't complicated fun?
This is where I find like the potential for citizen science really interesting. I mean, there's huge groups of people doing their own studies and crowdfunding studies for longevity right now. I mean, is there a possibility for us to start doing our own research? And I know this is something Athena DAO, you guys are talking about for ovarian health. Can you share a little bit more about how you're thinking about collecting that data and sharing it with others?
Maybe I can pass that on to Jenna, because we have an interesting collaboration with Research Hub coming up.
Yeah, we'd love to hear more.
Yeah, so before that, and going back to the crowdfunding, we did just announce a collaboration with Research Hub to fund 3 projects in women's hormonal health. And so we will, so anyone working in women's hormonal health, please get in contact with us. We're going to match half of that from Athena DAO, and the rest will be crowdfunded on the Research Hub platform using the research coin. But so that's going to be led by another member of our science and deal flow team who's the expert on hormonal health. So that's one thing we have going on. And going back to the ovarian aging, basically that was the first cohort that Athena DAO funded. And for example, Maria was part of from the team since the beginning. This is her expertise. Laura came from reproductive longevity. So that's just to say we started in ovarian aging. And our first 2 deals were in that space. So going forward now, we're working on a data platform. So you saw yesterday the Save the Ovaries. So that's our lead up to this data platform. But basically, the whole focus will be on ovarian aging data. It will be gated through these NFTs that we're going to release pretty soon. And basically, if you'll have access to experts and to some of the data there.
That's super exciting. How will people be able to sign up for the platform? Will they be able to find it on your website?
Yeah. So we have a whitelist, and join our Discord, and we can get you on the whitelist.
Yeah, and I think is it AthenaDAO.com?
Yeah, AthenaDAO.co.
Awesome. Yeah, I'm curious, after the previous talk from Morgan from Valida, he gave a really eloquent view of the role of community within their DAO. I'm curious how you all are thinking about that, and maybe we can jump to Aaron first as far as what role you think community will play in Asterisk DAO.
So a lot of different conditions, more rare conditions and conditions that affect women, they end up forming these community groups like on Facebook or Reddit or these different platforms, sharing their story and wanting to know if they're alone in these different experiences. And generally the answer is no. There's a lot more people going through the same type of thing. And so at Asterisk DAO, we have a campaign, I'm Not an Asterisk campaign, that's really focused on highlighting these different stories of women experiencing these conditions where they might be told it's all in your head, which so many people that have some of these maybe more invisible conditions or that don't fit into the male phenotypic expression of it, it's just kind of swept under and kind of left as that asterisk, an afterthought. So that's really central to how Asterisk DAO is kind of operating moving forward, just inviting those stories in and then being a platform to really share those more broadly and allowing space for those conversations to be had in a meaningful way that also produces results that have positive impact.
Veronica, any thoughts on that?
Yeah, so community is going to be a major part of our discovery process. We're planning to go forward with building out disease-specific data pools that are for female biased conditions. So not just female-only conditions, but female biased conditions. Anything that is predominantly female tends to be funded less or less discoverable within research. So that's kind of, annoying, to say the least. But then definitely the I Am Not an Asterisk campaign is a huge part of just like the awareness that we're trying to build and the community we're trying to build to make a sense of camaraderie. And we're also really interested, so my background's in anthropology, so I can't help it to want to go out and do some social media ethnography in order to gather these stories, because I think there's value in the data that's being shared. Just like you all were saying, like there's these stories, the information is out there. It's not like, we're starting from square one, but the information hasn't been gathered in a scientific way yet, right? And so it's not been validated. And so we're interested in pulling that together so that we can, again, backfill and accelerate. That's like our cornerstones.
That's super exciting. Yeah, I find it really interesting how some of these data platforms, especially within these patient communities, can really advance how patients are navigating their own treatment. And there's really good examples of spaces like cystic fibrosis and diabetes and some of these spaces where these online communities really help to push forward, better health for themselves. So I think that's super smart, and I look forward to being a part of it one day. Maria, can you touch on that as far as the role community plays within Athena DAO?
Yeah, of course. I think community is a vital part of every DAO, and Web3 provides the option to have ownership of the project and be directly involved with creating the solutions that women need. And BioDAOs are specifically important for areas that have been traditionally underfunded but have huge communities that are interested in them, like women's health, like longevity, and so on. And obviously, women is like a large community, right? 50% of the population, you would say, is large. And yet they have been extremely underserved, like 1% of NIH spending on women-specific conditions, apart from cancer. That's obscene, right? So,
insane.
We would love to give women the opportunity to kind of engage with the ecosystem and dictate what kind of research do they want funded, like where do we want to start, and by providing them with governance rights over the DAO and kind of making decisions in the space towards creating those solutions.
Awesome. And I know a number of your core team are researchers, like the two of you, and you all just recently met for your very first Athena DAO summit. Can you share some insights from that summit, Jenna?
Yeah. So we had our first Athena DAO summit this past week, and it was amazing. One reason that it was amazing, I'll tell you a little bit more about the science we discussed, but first it was just like unlike any other scientific meeting that I've been to, because we had scientists and clinicians together, and I think that is super important and what we need to see more of going forward. There was some really great discussions between everyone. But basically, then to give you a hint at some of the science, because it's really like the future of reproductive longevity that we were discussing. So two of our funded researchers were there. One, Joshua Johnson from University of Colorado, and he's had an incredible year this year, publishing-wise. Has developed a mathematical model with his collaborators to understand the fertility window and the onset of menopause. So he was there. Mario Cordero from Spain and showed us his progress on developing a small molecule for inflammation in the ovaries. And then from the clinician side, we had Arash, who is here in the last panel, which was great. And he was telling us basically the state of gynecologic oncology right now. And that was, and he's really great to talk to, because he's also, he was featured in our reproductive health report as well. And he has a really great piece on focusing on the quality of life of the patient. So we had a lot of discussion there. And Zhang Wei from Singapore, who told us his experience of doing IVF in the clinic with some of the older patients. So it was just a really great week. And a lot of great conversations. And it was more than conversations, because we actually all sat down and roadmapped where we want to go from here. So yeah, it will be only bigger next year.
That's super exciting. I can only imagine the fiery conversations that got to happen there. If folks missed the last panel with Arash and some folks working on scientific publishing, I really recommend you rewatch the live stream, because it was an exciting discussion. And I'd love to ask if he's convinced the Athena crowd to not publish traditionally. Is that something
Definitely
you all have an opinion on? Or?
No, I completely agree with him. We need to get the negative results out there. If you want to talk about accelerating science, I think that will absolutely accelerate science. So we're not just doing the same experiments over and over again. I mean, even within the same lab, the next generation of students have maybe no idea what the ones before did. So we need to definitely put the negative results out there.
Yeah, it's truly a slog getting your scientific research published. I have a paper from grad school, which I finished in 2017, that still hasn't been published because it keeps getting rejected for some reason, but it is on bioRxiv, so people can at least read it now. But I think it's really important that within this community of DeSci, where we embrace building and working in public and being transparent about our work, that we, really push to share research as it becomes available and not be held back by these traditional systems. But I'm getting off track. So I'm also curious, as we come to a close here, President Biden just gave the State of the Union address, and he specifically called out women's health research and the fact that he'd like to pass a bill funding it up to $12 billion. So I'm curious if you think that governments should fund women's health, or maybe if that's too spicy of a question. I'm curious how your organizations are thinking about working with governments. Is that something even on the table, or do you see these DAOs as being wholly independent new entities that really, in order to break new ground, have to live outside of these traditional systems? So who wants to jump in?
Well, I know at first it started with $100 million toward women's health, and I just wanted to say that's not enough. Like, I know you're coming from biotech, and just to get one drug out of the lab and through clinical trials, it can take up to $1 billion or more. So the 100 million was not enough. So we shouldn't. I mean, it's great, it's acknowledged, but we should demand more.
Definitely. I think different kind of commentary and prompting the conversation at this nationwide level is really helpful for the entire space. It's starting to become at least part of that conversation, although it's definitely not enough and kind of can be seen as a slap in the face in the sense that it wouldn't be able to functionally move that needle. It's at least starting that conversation and allowing it to come into some different spaces. However, I was personally, and I know we discussed this on some of our meetings, expecting there to be more conversation happening after this announcement, and we were just scouring social media, and we didn't come up with much, which also showed us, there might be room for us to be that voice in this space.
Absolutely.
But we'd love for there to be some other voices too. I think it's very much a yes and. There are these different governmental funding mechanisms or larger institutions and other philanthropic efforts that very much will continue to exist, and learning how to balance working with those systems as well as being able to accelerate things moving forward outside of those set tracks is something that we've discussed and are working to figure out a good path forward at Asterisk DAO, and just what is the most effective way to really allow women to have a voice and a say in these different conversations. That's what we're working towards, and that can look like yes and.
Love it. Veronica?
I just want to make the point that the governments are already funding health research, so more, yes, always more. But to Erin's point, we need awareness in the zeitgeist in order to have the movement go forward. So we're ringing the bell, Athena DAO is ringing the bell, we're all trying to get that narrative going. And so to have a large world government kind of point in that direction is really important. But then we need the snow in the globe to stay floating so that we actually can capture some of that momentum and then move forward.
Absolutely. Maria, any thoughts?
Yeah, to answer your question, yeah, of course, government should fund women's health. Obviously, the DAOs are not going to provide all of the funding all around the world. We are kind of a niche market, and we do help with translation, but there needs to be a lot of government funding to fund basic research, because that's not something that fits our model. And a lot of basic research needs to happen in order for us to have something to translate. and basic research in women's health has been lacking a lot. So we don't have like basic answers for so many open questions around women's health, not only ovarian health, but also relating to general health and the entire body. So yes, a lot.
Awesome. Awesome. Well, I totally admire what you all are doing in this space. I think it's so important. I'm excited to keep watching your journey and hopefully be a part of it on your various platforms. Where can folks find you online?
So *DAO.xyz is where we are. And then *DAO is our handle on Instagram, Twitter. You can find us on LinkedIn as well. And we do have a TikTok, technically.
Oh, exciting.
Yeah, so all across social media, X, Instagram, but I encourage you to join our Discord so you can get into discussions with us. And also just a reminder that we have 2 call for submissions right now. One is on gynecologic oncology, and our deadline for that is April 15th. So if you're working in that area on like therapeutics or diagnostics, just translational research, then get in contact with us. And then we mentioned earlier, just a reminder that we're also have a call for submissions for up to $5,000 in collaboration with Research Hub on women's hormonal health.
Awesome, thank you all. If you haven't checked it out already, I also recommend you check out Athena DAO's reproductive health reports. They have this amazing magazine-like quality to them. I just caught up on their latest version on my way here, and I just think it's really beautiful how you're telling the story of women's health and communicating it in such a beautiful way. So please check out these organizations, join their Discords if you're interested in their mission and being involved. And let's have a round of applause for our panelists.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have a longevity panel with David Wood, Michael Gear, and Maria's continuing on.
Yeah, it's fine. Nina wants to say a couple things. She's more actively showing what I'm feeling. So, So I think that was a great panel on female health, and I think some of those same kind of themes you'll find in what we're going to talk about with the longevity. I think we're going to start off this by David giving a good kind of like overview of some of the challenges that he sees in the space and some of the opportunities.
Thanks very much, Michael. So longevity is a huge topic, but here's the most important things to know. First, the possibilities for dealing with longevity are absolutely enormous. They're within our grasp, and that's quite scary. Even more scary is that collectively we are bungling this opportunity. We are not taking advantage of what we could be doing to more rapidly push back on aging. To state what I have in mind, I'm going to slightly disagree with one of the things Michael was talking about in his earlier session. He said he wants to slow down aging. Well, I think we can, of course, slow down aging, but we can also reverse aging. or the phrase I want to use is abolish aging. Because we have, thanks to the technologies of the fourth industrial revolution, thanks to vast improvements in biotech, thanks to our understanding of what aging is, we have, within maybe 15 years, the possibility to assemble a comprehensive set of treatments that will undo all aspects of aging and allow us, if we wished, to be as vibrant as young Nina here in terms of healthiness. Though we would keep, hopefully, our wisdom and our abilities. So that's the possibility. And I use the word abolition of aging deliberately, by analogy with the abolition of slavery. Because for most of history, people said slavery is not very nice, but hey, what else can we do? You need to have slaves for a decent society. And after all, most of the holy books in history didn't say, free the slaves. There's no commandment, free your slaves. There's a commandment that says, don't envy your neighbor's slave. Just after the bit, it says, don't envy your neighbor's wife. And before, don't envy your neighbor's ox or ass. So for most of history, people said, slavery is not very nice, but what can we do about it? And a few crazy people dared to imagine a society of greater equality. And finally, and it took so much longer than it should have done, finally, and it's still not completely finished, we are largely free from slavery now. Well, it's the same with aging. Most people say, aging's not very nice, but what can we do with it? We've got to make our peace with aging. Aging makes us dignified. You know, when I start dribbling, when I can't remember things, it's somehow wonderful. It's somehow dignified. Well, I say, hell no. We can do a lot better. Another analogy is with the abolition of infectious diseases. For most of history, most people died because of infectious diseases. Tuberculosis killed maybe 1 in 7 of whoever lived. Malaria, smallpox, influenza, gastroenteritis. And most people said there's nothing much you can do about it. Try to please the deities, perhaps. And when people did try some medicine, they often had religious pushback. By the way, some of the first vaccinations against smallpox, actually it wasn't vaccination, it was variolation. It was introduced due to the wisdom of some slaves who had been taken from West Africa to North America. They said, you know, they said to their masters, you know, in West Africa we used to do this thing called variolation. They probably didn't use that name, in which you took smallpox pus from somebody else and you put it on somebody who's healthy, and occasionally they would die, but on the whole it made them much less vulnerable to smallpox. And some of the religious preachers of the time hated that idea, said this is outrageous, smallpox is God's doing. But thankfully, eventually, we did manage to push back against infectious diseases. How? We pushed back because finally we had the technology to let us see germs. After hypothesizing about germs or vapors for hundreds of years, due to Robert Koch, the German scientist, due to lots of other work, we could gradually build antibiotics, vaccinations, better hygiene, and all kinds of other things, which means that many, many fewer people die from these infectious diseases now. But still, people die from aging-related diseases. What kills most of us now, causing a lot of trauma in the process, cancer, dementia, stroke, and diabetes, and heart disease. And all of these diseases are exponentially more likely the older we get. So what we can do is we can, in principle, undo each of the kinds of damage that accumulates in our bodies over time. The damage in our molecules, the damage in our cells, the damage in our tissues. And in the last 20 years, people have got a much better understanding of what is sometimes called the hallmarks of aging. The root causes, things like epigenetic variation in our cells, things like the accumulation of chronic inflammation, things like the cross-linkages between macromolecules, the misfolding of proteins. People argue exactly how many hallmarks of aging there are. Aubrey de Grey famously in the year 2000 picked out 7 and sticks with that number. In 2013, a very widely quoted article said there were 9. More recently, the same authors have said 12. But here's why we're bungling things. First, we're bungling things by not thinking clearly enough about the huge desirability of this outcome. economic gains of people not getting ill, the economic gains of people remaining vibrant and active members of the economy, the humanitarian gains, but even more than that, we're not doing the necessary kinds of experiments to make progress. And here again, I'm going to gently disagree with Michael, who in his very marvelous talk, he did say something I disagreed with, which is that we have already got enough data to help us address all health problems. Well, there's some kinds of data that should be found out, and we're not finding out enough about it. It's the data for what happens when we combine different treatments, each of which has some impact against each of the hallmarks of aging. We know a number of treatments that can, in part, undo some of these hallmarks of aging. We know, especially in mice, a whole raft of these treatments. If you give these treatments to a middle-aged mouse, which is equivalent maybe to a 50-year-old human, it's an 18-year-old mouse, because mice live much shorter. We know a raft of treatments that individually will extend maybe 10, 20% the remaining lifespan of middle-aged mice. What has never been done is studying the interaction of these different treatments. And we all know that when you bring one medicine into the body, it often has side effects. Sometimes negative, sometimes positive. So one of the two most important things that happened last year in the field of aging, and I may say about the other one later, one of the two most important things is the start of a project called Robust Mouse Rejuvenation, in which the longevity escape velocity, of which, to declare an interest, I sit on the board. The longevity escape velocity has 1,000 mice, middle-aged mice. By the way, how many females? 500. 500 males, 500 females, split into 10 groups, given 10 different combinations of up to 4 treatments to see how these treatments interact. And we are making significant progress. The mice that have got none of the treatments, they've just got controls, after 13 months, 80% of them are dead, which is sort of what you'd expect. The mice that are getting all 4 treatments, after 18 months, about 60% of them are still alive. But my goodness, there's all kinds of interesting results in the combination. So that data needs to be harvested. But there's at least 6 other treatments we would love to incorporate in these projects, and science as a whole is not interested in funding it. Why? Because nobody can make money out of it, and few academics think they can write up a good paper about it. That's one of the ways in which we're bungling this future.
Awesome, thank you, David. Yeah, I think, so I just recently got published in Nature, so now I'm allowed to make scientist jokes. The fact that people are getting up on stage and saying gold standard about clinical trials, and I think on the last panel someone was like, oh, you know, it's not scientific enough. Like, these kind of comments are like, combinatorial stuff will never, like, it will take us thousands of years to actually, the way that we do clinical trials, to actually go through all the combinations. And when you actually look at health data, you see that combinations are everything. If you don't get enough sleep, it completely changes how your body deals with glucose and that whole system. Like, you can't have one without the other. You actually need to look at everything at the same time. So that, I think, passes very nicely into, so you had your Athena DAO hat on, and you can keep that hat on, but with Vita DAO, I think, so with DAOs in general, and especially ones looking at longevity, what do they accomplish that's not being accomplished with regular funding methods?
Yeah, I think as David mentioned, we've been looking at longevity and the underlying causes, those hallmarks of aging for quite some time. And while longevity is, I would say, better funded now, it wasn't that well funded before. So things are moving in the right direction, but we're still looking at the same types of hallmarks. Some of them have been addressed, some of them have been treated. We've seen certain percentage of improvement in health span and so on, but nothing drastic, nothing that actually solves the problem. So wondering why that is, how much more complex the problem is than we previously imagined, and how do we tackle that? And I think the problem with the traditional academic system is that the way it distributes funding is by boards of senior scientists that have their own ideas, and they are the ones giving the funding to the younger scientists that kind of have to adapt their ideas to fit the old view of the field. which doesn't allow for much out-of-the-box thinking and exploring some actually novel ideas. So we think that other funding sources, some that come outside the traditional system, might be a good way to start. We think that through Vitalia DAO, through bringing a new pool of capital from the crypto sphere, we can address like other fundamental areas of research that have not been looked at, and then beyond that, focus on translation and see how targeting certain pathways can actually affect patients. And we are still embedded in the current system, so we still need to create biotech companies that follow an indication, like a certain disease that's related to aging, because aging is not classified as a disease. So we need to start somewhere, show an effect there, but the treatment has the potential to affect multiple systems in the body, and so rejuvenate the organism as a whole.
One of the most interesting types of scientific research which is underfunded into this is into species that actually have remarkable longevity. One problem with mice is they have shortgevity rather than longevity, which means that we can do experiments on them quite quickly, but they, in many ways, don't already demonstrate good features of longevity. Well, over the last 20 years, we have found more and more species that surprisingly live a very long time. And it seems they have many of the repair mechanisms given to them biology, which we humans sometimes lack. So we have large animals like elephants, blue whales, which are, they've got many more cells than us, and you'd expect that they would therefore get cancer more often, but they very rarely get cancer. And it turns out they've got more copies of a particular gene, the p53 gene, and there are some drawbacks to having too many copies of the p53 gene, but that's a simple example of how if we study what causes longevity in other animals, then we can gain. There's the naked mole rat, and one of them is now 40 years old, and other animals of that size tend to live only 2 years. Also, they are almost immune to cancer, and it seems there's a bunch of reasons why that might be the case. They've got a different kind of hyaluronic acid. I'd never heard of hyaluronic acid, but people who study skin fashion know that it's in something you get in your skin. Turns out that the naked mole rats have got a long chain variant of it. And it turns out that other animals, which also have a long chain variant of this hyaluronic acid, also tend not to get cancer. There's a particular breed of dogs, the Shar-Pei dogs. So that's the kind of research that should be done a heck of a lot more. There is a bird that is 73 years old, and we know it's 73 years old because a ring was put on her foot in 1954, if I remember right, when she was already doing mating dances. She still does mating dances. She's an albatross in Midway. Her name is Wisdom. You can look at her own Wikipedia page. I don't think she writes it herself. She probably has a team writing it for her. But she has had eggs laid almost every year. So she is still fertile at the age of 73 and shows no sign of slowing down, although she has lost a few mates along the way. She's taking up with a new mate in the last couple of years because the other one has disappeared, not because of old age, just because of normal aging. So there's a whole bunch of fascinating animals that should be researched much more so that we can copy some of what makes them live long into humans. Not necessarily by giving ourselves elephant genes, but if we understand what's happening at the protein level, at the metabolome level, that will lead us to have fascinating new treatments. But we're not doing anything like nearly enough on that.
Cool. I think one thing we wanted to touch on is, and this goes along with Bharat's focus on, like, let's come to these things and actually meet each other and actually work with each other. So I want to take maybe like a really quick down the line, any like top of mind thoughts of how people here can get involved with what we're talking about. And then let's open it up and just kind of find out anybody that's working on longevity stuff in the audience and anybody that thinks it's something that can be applicable. I gave a talk before on basically, and it was mentioned on the panel earlier as well, so like so much of the money, so we're talking about like, hey, let's get funding for new ideas, and then, but a lot of the money that we spend in the beginning of all of our ideas is to collect data, and sometimes that data has already been collected by someone else who wouldn't actually be against, you know, sharing it. So I think that's one of the big things we can take out of, if we open up the data. So the idea that I presented was open up data with creation of synthetic data, but then create basically LBMs, large biological model files, just like LLMs. That allows all of us to not spend our first $10 million or $5 million of funding recreating what the person down the street did. And so the cool thing that democratizes as well is, as you touched on, whereas we always have this filter system, either it be VCs or the PIs in labs, and then we say, why don't we study things more like, female health, specific issues and other things? If you allow basically that lower barrier to entry, basically anybody with a laptop can have an idea and some skills and start working on something. You basically allow all of us to work on what we want to work on, which will most likely be problems that affect us. So that's something that I know Martin, who does like lateral.io, basically coordination, building layers on top of LLMs. I'd like him to start building on top of LBM soon as well. That's stuff that a lot of people in the audience, some people in the audience are working on. What other things, I mean, a bunch of people in the audience, like what other things do you think will be applicable?
Yeah, we're trying to engage the community in multiple different ways. We're obviously welcoming contributors that want to work with us, but also everybody can refer interesting project that they want to see funded, and the DAO can think of funding it. But also we have a much larger scope of engagement from fellowships. So we provide small amounts of funding for students to go to aging conferences, get more in the field, attract new talent, because that's one of the bottlenecks. We also have the Longevity Prize, which incentivizes different ideas from the Hypothesis Prize, the Biomarker Prize. We're collaborating with multiple institutions there, like the Million Molecule Challenge, which is with Aura Biomedical. So we're sponsoring some experiments with them to discover new molecules that could extend lifespan in worms. And we are also collaborating with some DeSci organizations, like you mentioned, Lateral.io and Martin. Would love to do something with them, and it's in the works. So yeah, I would invite everyone who has an idea of potential collaboration to come reach out.
My slides on this subject often end with a slide on the 10 things that each people in the audience should consider. Don't worry, I'm not going to go through 10 now. Number one on the list is we can all learn more a bit about the science of aging. Because the first reaction that people have is, well, this is not possible. It's obvious that everything in the planet decays. It's the second law of entropy. It's entropy, the second law of thermodynamics, and so on. On the contrary, when you look at the science of aging, you will find out there's lots of good things that will give us cause to think aging could be reversed quite soon. And the best book on this is by Andrew Steele, in my view. Andrew Steele, his book is called Ageless, The Art of Getting Older Without Getting Old. But don't just be content with a scientific understanding. If you start talking to people about this, you'll find a whole raft of philosophical arguments, psychological arguments, economic arguments. You should gain a little knowledge of some of these arguments. So I'm going to mention another book by another Andrew S. This time not Andrew Steele, but Andrew Scott, who's a professor of economics not far from here at the London Business School. And he has just had a new book come out called The Longevity Imperative. And he argues from an economic point of view why we should be addressing aging much earlier in people's lives. And by the way, here's some things we can do about it. But it's not just a matter of learning. Each of us should get involved in a community because we are much smarter as part of communities. So I strongly recommend people to consider attending some longevity conferences. Lifespan do a very good one every year. There's one in Dublin coming up in June called the Dublin Longevity Conference. And there will be a heck of a lot of interesting stuff there. Connect to a community. Connect to Vita DAO, by all means. You will find a lot there. And yes, consider ways to encourage more funding in this space. And some of you may have funds at your own disposal. Others of you may not have much disposable cash, but you may know people who do. So consider reaching out to them. There's a lot more to say, but let's take it a step at a time. This is a big subject. be surprised, be prepared to be surprised, be prepared to learn, be prepared to become part of what I think is going to become the largest industry in the world fairly soon, but before that, it's probably going to be the world's largest activist community.
Thank you both. Yeah, I like that point of, at the risk of sounding like marketing, but I can give you a code for it to be for free. Test your biological age. I think if you haven't tested your biological age, like if once we're all very interested in ourselves. And so once we actually test something on ourselves, then you're fully engaged with it instead of it staying over here as a theory. So you can download Humanity if you have an iPhone. Find me, I'll give you a code for. It's free to use, but for some of the functions paid. So I'll give you a code for that. So I think we have some time. So I'd like to kind of open it up to the crowd. Maybe we'll start with like the most obvious end. Is anybody in the crowd working on longevity or on longevity adjacent? And would you be okay with giving a few words on it? Yeah.
Well, one thing that I want to mention that was one of the inspirations of Athena DAO is that we talk about longevity, and the funding in longevity biotech to even look at reproductive longevity is second last and after pets. So I love my dog, but my ovaries are going to die faster than him. So I think one big thing is when we talk about longevity is really making sure that we do include the conversation in women, because menopause does impact our quality of life. A third of our lives we live post-menopause, and that's not a good thing. Not to scare the women here, but it is the reality. And women are willing to spend about $45,000 to $60,000 on their menopause journey. So it's a missed opportunity not to be actually doing all of the cellular reprogramming, all of these things that everybody's so excited and gung-ho about, but with females in mind.
Thank you, Laura. And also the other one that was touched on the panel before was that autoimmune issues affect females more. And one of the basic tenets of longevity is if you have higher inflammation, chronic inflammation causes more mutations, causes senescent cells, cancer. The spiral goes down, and that's how you actually speed up your aging. So it's another good one we need to study more. Anybody? So who else is working kind of adjacent to longevity?
So I'm part of the Muse Matrix team. We're a DeSci fellowship program, and one of our 4 pillars is longevity. The first cohort is launching soon, so one of our goals is to really work in collaboration with a lot of the different organizations out here. I was down at Vitalia for 2 months this year, and it's just such an important conversation that really affects everything else we're talking about. That's why I'm personally passionate about it. I'll be hosting a workshop in less than 10 minutes, so I should probably head upstairs if anyone wants to discuss how to get fellows and new people coming into DeSci into the longevity conversation as well. Yeah, musematrix.xyz is the website. Otherwise, come find myself or Bharat, and we'll be able to get you connected to the right opportunities. We're looking for mentors and partners in the longevity space specifically, like I mentioned. Thank you.
In case anybody missed some of the reference there to Vitalia, so there's going to be a talk later here in this room, I believe, at the end of the session on Vitalia. Vitalia is a truly remarkable initiative. It is a way in which people are exploring alternative ways of regulating, alternative ways of developing, alternative ways of coming together in groups and communities. So if you're thinking of rushing off to do something else, I would recommend you stay around to the end of the session, because I think you're going to learn a lot from that session on Vitalia.
Anybody? There we go. Sure. Just be loud.
How does big pharma, which makes so much money on diabetes, cardiac, and all the 5 big diseases, or 5 reasons most people die, how are they viewing the sort of activist
I could say a couple things, and Maria, if you want. So they are, big pharma specifically are engaging more and more. So I mentioned in my talk, so one of our SAB is Kristen Fortney, and she and I think a couple other people kind of organize around JP Morgan, which is this big health conference out in SF each year. They organize like a longevity event. And I've seen kind of over the years, the panelists become more and more, at first there was no pharma, then there was like the chief innovation officer who didn't really have any power, and then there was like, oh, the person who runs this big program is now on the panel. So just from like the who shows up to events kind of side of things, they're definitely engaging, and I'm sure there's more inside information on that. One of the biggest things when we create these decentralized science systems is it takes a lot of the cost out of things, and one of the greatest barriers that keeps us, there's many, but one of the greatest barriers that keeps us having like 5 pharma companies is, as someone listed, it's $1 billion to get a drug to market, right? But if you take, if you bring that down a order of magnitude, you have 50 or 500 companies, and then it's kind of that's one of the biggest things that will happen is you take cost out of things, it decentralizes, and so that's one of the things we should be working on.
Yeah, I have the same observations as you. I see more and more big pharma companies at longevity conferences and engaging with the space. And even for Vitalia DAO, we have Pfizer Ventures as a funder of Vitalia DAO. We have people from Sanofi and Novartis and Pfizer on the advisory board. So they're definitely an interest in the field. And I think even if you look at it from a profit perspective, pharma would have a big incentive to develop a drug that can target aging and age-related diseases because it's such a huge market, right? Everyone would need it.
So the motivations of these people are complicated. Quite right. You point out that sometimes they're incentivized not to develop a new drug that will be used less often and get in the way of their initial existing treatments. So a lot of big pharma are looking at methods that might produce a cancer drug that's a bit more effective than today's cancer drug, and a huge effort goes into that. And they're less interested, or they seem to put less focus on more radical approaches. But they are interested to an extent, and one example is the company Citrus, which was founded by David Sinclair, one of the early pioneers of this space. He had some interesting results with resveratrol and other compounds. He made this company with a bit of flourish in 2004. It was bought by GSK in 2008. Sadly, it didn't quite work out, and GSK eventually shut it down. So it's complicated. They are looking at the space, but they're not always the ones who are running hardest and fastest. And sometimes it's the people outside who are willing to run hardest and fastest, which is why we need a multiplicity of approaches rather than just relying on a big centralized industry.
Thank you. I had a question about kind of like just diving a little bit deeper into longevity solutions. I think, David, you mentioned hyaluronic acid, and now you're kind of alluding to small molecule therapeutics. I also know that epigenetics, there's a lot of attention into kind of editing transcription factors, a bit how we're editing the genome with CRISPR. Can you speak a little bit about a bit more of like the science piece and how you see that kind of evolve and where your interest lies there?
The science is a big subject because human aging is complicated. There are multiple angles to it. The hope is that we'll find one intervention which will turn out to repair the body's other repair mechanisms, because one reason we go downhill is our repair mechanisms stop working over a period of time. So the hope is with epigenetic reprogramming, which is when you add various transcription factors. Famously, Shinya Yamanaka got the Nobel Prize in, I think, 2012 for work when he discovered that 4 transcription factors, which are kind of proteins, when added to cells, would reverse the epigenetic aging of them. And the people have done some experiments with that. If you give the epigenetic factors for too long, the cells turn cancerous, so you don't want to do that. They become back into a pluripotent state. But if you do them for the right amount of time, if you put them in for a while and then stop, the cells retain their identity, but they lose some of their epigenetic aging. And there is some evidence that if you do this, it impacts several of the hallmarks of aging positively. So that has attracted funding from people like the billionaire Yuri Milner, and it seems the billionaire Jeff Bezos behind Altos Labs, and they're doing a lot of research on that. But it's likely that there are other aspects of the hallmarks of aging which cannot be addressed in that. And there's a podcast episode that discusses exactly this. If you look for the London Futurist podcast, 3 weeks ago, I think you'll find a session with a young guy called Daniel Ives, who's got a fascinating company in Cambridge that is trying to find alternative transcription factors rather than the ones Yamanaka found, because they have some drawbacks. So he believes there probably will be other combinations of transcription factors. But then that podcast goes on to cover exactly this subject, what else is likely to be needed too. So, and there are several other London Futurist podcasts which looks at aspects of the science too. Big subject. If you're coming for drinks this evening, I can certainly try to answer some of your questions until I get out of my depth.
Cool. I want to go to Maria. What's your favorite angle for longevity?
So there are multiple pathways associated with aging, and what you mentioned is kind of ways to target them, like from small molecules to gene therapies or cell therapies or biologics. So I think first of all we need to understand which pathways play the most part, and then what's the best way to target them. So far, I think the field has been doing a lot of small molecules because it is the easiest thing to do. It's what we're used to. We know how to regulate it. We know what's the dosage. We know, like, more or less how it works down the line. But other biologics or cell therapies or gene therapies could be potentially even more impactful. So I think we need to focus more on those going forward.
We can't finish this panel without mentioning the other very major thing that happened last year in the space of longevity. So as well as the RMR project, which my own organization is running, I think the other big breakthrough happened in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, with the announcement in November of a $101 million prize, the X Prize for Health Span, potentially to be given in 2030 if there is a treatment that will reverse the aging of the immune system, the brain system, and the muscle system by at least 10 years when applied. It's a very ambitious prize, but ambitious prizes sometimes do change the course of history. And you should look up the Health Span X Prize and consider even making a bid for it, because you could be a lot richer as well as helping the world solve its biggest and oldest problem.
Awesome. Thank you, Maria. Thank you, David. And yeah, all the great things that you guys are working on in the audience, what better thing to apply them to than keeping us all healthy and more time with our family and friends. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much, panelists. Next up, we've got Casper Barnes, an introduction to decentralized biobanking. And then in our side room upstairs, we've got a Muse Matrix workshop.
Awesome. Sweet. Is this thing on? Nice. Perfect. Cool. Hey, everybody. So by way of short introduction, my name is Casper. I'm the founder of a company called AminoChain. And this is a little bit loud. I'm going to try it. Okay, cool. Awesome. Sweet.
So founder of a company called AminoChain, and what we are building is something called a decentralized biobank. So quick show of hands, have people heard of decentralized biobanking before? Yeah, we've got one, we've got two. The two people that I've actually spoken to about this, so that's ironic and funny. I wonder if anyone found out about it by themselves. But yeah, anyway, the hot new field within DeSci, in my opinion, the next darling of DeSci, is something that everybody should know about. Super, super cool, very practical application of blockchain, and I'm very excited to talk to you guys a little bit about it today. So, first things first, right now, human research ethics and being a patient that has cancer and is donating a biopsy sample, that is a one-sided experience today. So if you just take a patient that has, let's say, breast cancer, they're in a hospital, they're going to have surgery, they cut out the cancer, and then somebody will come up to them and say, can you please donate this biopsy to scientific research? Here's what we want to do with it. Here's a little bit about us. Do you say yes or do you say no? Right now, only 25% of people say yes at major institutions like Columbia, where I did my research residency and so on, and 50% at Mass General in Boston. And so the people that don't consent to donating their biopsy samples are the ones that represent the biggest unmet needs, particularly from marginalized communities and patients of color. And that's not a new topic. Everybody knows this. We have a huge problem with trust in biomedical research, right? So all of the samples that we take, I try to come up with a sort of schematic to show it like this. We take the samples from the patient in a unidirectional manner, move it towards an industry where people circulate these samples, create scientific insights, create drugs, and we have little to none of that information, let alone the commercial benefit of these things, go back to the people that make all of the research possible. So that is a huge issue in and of itself. The second thing is that a sample that is taken from a patient, it'll be used in a scientific study once, and then after that, it's going to be put into something called a biobank. And what is a biobank, you might ask? It's essentially a really big fridge full of donated human samples. And biobanks are fantastic because they catalog different diseases, and they standardize research output, and they operate at this intersection of research, clinical care, and informatics. And they've been growing in immense popularity from the 90s until today with this exponential growth, particularly coupled with the growth in genomics data that's out there and so on. So these things are like powerhouses of precision medicine. And so we love biobanks, and they're great. Problem is they have a number of issues. And the first thing is that your average biobank will only use 10% of the samples that they have stored. So 90% of all these other samples are just backlogged and not being used. An average biobank of 50,000 samples has roughly $40 million worth of scientific material that they're sitting on, not distributing to others and not using themselves. So backlog that picture from the 90s until today. What we have, these are US numbers, but across the United States, very conservative estimate is 68 million high-quality samples in different biobanks not being used, and a very conservative estimate, again, $1 billion worth of scientific material not being distributed and not being used. So, over the last year and a half, we went and spoke with 170 biobanks, asked all of them, why don't you guys just use your samples more? What's the backlog? And we'll dive into those points in a second. But first and foremost, if you just zoom out and take a quick bird's eye view of biobanking and the biobanking industry as it is today, this is not coming out the best, but it's meant to be a map of the world. You essentially have this picture of isolated entities, isolated fridges that are filled with one-of-a-kind, unique assets that have distributed ownership and a distinct provenance. And these entities are entrusted with governance and custodianship, and time again, they fail on that trust. So all of those buzzwords are totally relevant towards blockchain technology, right? If you think about it, biobanks quite literally are distributed, isolated entities that don't have a perfect protocol to connect them together. And so what we're building with decentralized biobanking and with AminoChain is a sort of global state of biosamples. And how it works is every biobank out there downloads and installs this node software. And it's an app that integrates with the lab inventory management softwares, the data capture softwares, the EMRs, whatever the biobank uses. And it abstracts away everything Web3 related. And then connects them together with all of the other biobanks that are also running a node. So once you have that base architecture set up, everybody can see who has what samples where. Everybody can see the clinical annotations of all of those samples. And people can freely enter into licensing agreements. They can take samples from each other. They can provide samples to other people. And the same thing can be built for data sets and research data sets that are produced on top of these samples. Best part of all of this stuff is that the donor that donated the sample to the biobank can see where their sample goes, who's using it, why they're using it, what knowledge is generated. And anytime people transact on this information or the samples, they can earn royalties back from that transaction. And so if we think about this base architecture, what kind of DAOs can be built on top of this, right? Imagine if you could go to the African American Hematology Society and say, you understand your people and your issues far better than anybody else could. Why don't you go and consent your community into donating your samples? You can choose how it's going to be used. You can track how it does get used. And if there is a commercial upside, you will share within that. And the power will be distributed back to the people that made the research possible. And so I'll give you guys a very quick demo about how this system works. What you are looking at here on the screen is something called Open Specimen. Open Specimen is an example of a lab inventory management software. So Columbia Biobank, Hopkins, Stanford, Harvard, they use this software to track all of their samples and the research use thereof. So if I just turn this volume off, what you'll see here is a researcher will go towards Open Specimen and they will log the fact that they've just received a new biosample. So they'll click here, Add Specimen. And let's say we've just received whole blood and it's 200 milliliters. It's non-malignant whole blood. It's taken from the abdomen. On the right, whatever it is, add a barcode so I de-identify my sample. And now I click Submit and Save, so the sample's in the fridge. Node software is scanning for updates every minute for new biosamples that have been stored, and we mint an NFT out of that biosample. And then we hold that NFT within the wallet at the node address, so it's all abstracted away. But essentially, this biobank will have 50,000 samples in their fridge, and they'll have 50,000 NFTs that represent those samples. And now once you have this digital asset representation of my donated biopsy sample, the donor can come to the interface, they can log in with their email address, and this is what they would see. They have donated 4 samples. They've the different donations, different amounts, different times. On the donations tab, they can see the high-level overview. So 4 donated samples. Right now, no studies ongoing with my specimens. How many people have I helped if it's an allogeneic donation? I can click on the most recent sample that I've just donated, and then I can see where it is, how it's being used, what the sample is, what my consent is for how I said the sample can be used, and then, yeah, essentially more on the protocol that's currently undergoing with the sample and what biobank it's stored at. So the point is, today, none of this exists, right? People just give the thing and they walk away. And we've now, as an industry, reached a breaking point where that shit doesn't fly anymore, right? Like, we desperately need more diverse samples, and we need better ways to engage people, genuinely be informed about what's happening with their samples and their information. So donating to one biobank is great. Seeing how the sample is used at one biobank is fantastic. But we've now created an NFT out of the sample. And how does this sample then go from one biobank to the next one? What you're looking at here is what we call the specimen center. So every pharma company, every biotech, every biobank that's supplying samples, they can have their own view of the specimen center. And this is basics of how it works. These are all live samples right now. So we have our first biobank called the Advancing Site Network. They are running a node in the network, and they are pushing 1,159 samples that they are trying to distribute around. This particular biobank has 170 biopharma procurers whitelisted to see their inventory. And of those, there's Merck, Sanofi, Vertex, like a bunch of big pharma, all the way to the NIH, down to academic institutes. So whoever their collaborators are. Let's say we've logged on now as somebody at Merck, and I want to acquire any one of these samples. I can click through my different sources that I'm allowed to see. Right now, there's only one source, but feasibly, I could say, I want to look at the samples of Advancing Site, of Columbia, of Hopkins, and of UCL all at the same time. I can then look for the samples that I need. So for example, I'm looking for whole globes, which is a whole eye, interestingly enough. And I need to have for-profit authorization. For example, I'm looking for samples with a certain pathology, like diabetic retinopathy. I need samples with a certain death to preservation ratio, let's say up to like 9 hours or so. And this will return all of the samples that the distributed network of biobanks has. So we can see that according to what we need, there's 5 samples available. All of these samples are NFTs. It's the same NFTs that were minted earlier. So if I click on any one of these NFTs, one of these samples, I can get very granular data about the biosample itself. And all of this annotation and quality control on the sample is pulled from the lab inventory management systems of that biobank. So for the biobank, they download this app once. And then forever and a day, automatically, the annotations and the quality of those samples are automatically updated and distributed towards the network of collaborators. So they can consistently see who has what and what quality those are. Eventually, in the end, I, as a researcher, say, I want these samples. So then I can add it to my cart. I can go here, and I can check out. And right now, what happens is, in this MVP version, we just click Send Request to the biobank, and they say, Pfizer has requested these 6 samples. And then they do the licensing agreement offline, like via email. But the whole thing of what we're building next, which I can show you guys if there's time, but essentially one full UX, where you can see the samples, you see all the data about the samples. Attached to it is a licensing agreement, and using abstracted away crypto rails, you can sign the licensing agreement with digital signatures, and you can pay for the sample using an on-ramp and an off-ramp. And because these are all NFTs, again, I'm licensing these NFTs from the biobank. The sample will be shipped to me, but that transaction can automatically and immutably show the donor where their sample is going and let them earn a royalty on that transaction. So that's what we mean by automating benefit sharing and automating transparency within human subjects biomedical research. And so that is what decentralized biobanking is. That's the first application that we're building within the distributed node architecture. But what's super exciting about this is that we don't have to stop at a decentralized biosample marketplace. The distributed node architecture can power so many more things. Imagine a researcher that's in a lab. They have a de-identified sample in their hand, and there's zero knowledge proofs back to the donor medical records that donated the sample. So I have no idea who the sample belongs to, but I want to find out if in the last year this person developed an autoimmune disease, because I think there's some polymorphism that's like a predisposition towards MS. I have 100 samples, all have the same polymorphism. Turns out 80 of these people all developed MS. Now, you haven't broken HIPAA or GDPR in any way. You just figured out one extra phenotype that was developed, and you've greatly informed the research value of the samples that you have. You now have a genuine hypothesis for something that could be a predisposition towards MS. Now, better yet, you create a drug to treat this polymorphism. You think, this is, like a knockin gene or something else. Now, I want to test this out in a clinical trial. I have a direct route back, again, without knowing who these donors are. I can ask them, I found out something that could treat a condition you have. Would you like to be involved in the trial? They can say yes. Now I agree to be contacted, open it up. Boom, you've got 10 people ready to go. And you've already created a drug based on the samples that they've donated. So that whole world of opening up to patient-centric care is amazing, again, through this distributed node architecture. Another thing, AI right now is super hot. Imagine all of these samples get donated, you turn organoids out of the samples, you produce a lot of data against those organoids, and now you have 5 different biotechs, all have an organoid library, all have a lot of data on these organoids, and this is their competitive edge. They don't necessarily want to give it to people for free, they don't necessarily want to make it open source, but through decentralized AI, you could train a model together and then monetize that model without showing people what data you've produced. And so you still get this open source collaboration whilst meeting the industry needs of people fitting in their competitive edge and keeping their trade secrets. So all of these things are totally possible, and the industry that's making that happen is called decentralized biobanking. So I think it's super, super exciting. It's a whole new thing coming up within blockchain and within crypto. The whole point of what we're doing here is so that other people can build on top of that as well. We'd love there to be a verification layer for, again, decentralized publishing, for funding, for people to be able to directly interact with enterprises that currently have no idea of how crypto works. And so, yeah, the only thing that I would leave this on is that if you want to achieve everything that DeSci is setting out to achieve right now, you have to have a way somehow to work with the big folks. And right now, there's little to no people that are actually trying to build roadway systems for institutional pharma and research agencies to bridge into them. And so hopefully we can be a part of that, and then hopefully we have a way for DeSci to really achieve everything that it's meant to achieve. So yeah, well, thank you, everybody.
Thank you very much for that super informative chat. We've got a little moment before our break for any questions, if there are any. I'm going to go front and then right at the back.
Thank you. A couple of questions. How do you ensure the link to the physical world? So all the properties that are declared, that they're actually true. And secondly, the network, does it only assume that it will use the data element of it, so the sample always stays where it is, and whenever anything is required, that the regional lab will do all the work, or it assumes it's kind of moving around, and how do you look at that?
Yeah, so I mean, the one big problem right now with biosamples is that they don't get distributed enough. Even if they are high quality specific samples, you will distribute like organoids, cell lines, organs on a chip, like models that are meant to be used more than once. But right now, on average, like a high quality breast cancer sample, BRCA mutation, it does get stuck within one biobank, and people don't know where it is, and it would greatly be useful for other people, right? So that's one issue, you're totally right. What we do is integrate with the LIMS systems, so with the endogenous tech stacks that they already use, to make sure that what we track on chain is relevant to the real world of what's happening with the sample. I can plug this back in again, but if people, for instance, create aliquots, they create derivatives, they create new slides, they create progeny samples of the parent specimen, we can track all of that relative to the real databases that they use. And it doesn't matter if they use it in one LIMS system or in another LIMS system, because many biobanks distribute things to different types of databases. And so it might be de-identified according to one standard here and another one there. We can still track that provenance across those two things. And so that's super useful, right? If they both run a node, it can be 3x R24 here, and it can be DD19 over there. And we still know that it's the same parent specimen that made those two things possible. And so how does it link to the real world? The whole point is that it doesn't matter what tech you're currently using, even if it's Excel, we can track that via a series of adapters and API connections and so on, which we can go into depth about. But that's the idea of it, yeah. We are not we don't have our own pathologists in there that are double checking the quality of what people are saying. But what we can do, for sure, is the sample will be taken from a clinical site. It'll go to a pathology lab, and you'll have a pathology report. That would be annotated currently with the sample itself. So if somebody wants to buy it now through the marketplace, they can see the original pathology. The sample will be shipped to the next place. They'll do more pathology on it. They can ratify those conclusions. They can say, yes, it was accurate. And then this guy gets a score about being a reputable provider of samples, right? And so that naturally feeds in.
Also, for context, Laboratory Information Management System is what LIMS was. Yeah.
Who said that?
It's a ghost.
Oh, right, sorry.
Yeah, really interesting ideas here. I was curious about, so you're talking about ZK tech, sort of what underlying tech are you using there for the chain? And also, what about public institutions who would like to use it for free?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, right now, we just closed our initial raise, and we'll be doing an accelerator here in London over the next few months. So we're at the point where we have this live MVP marketplace, and we just need the thing to be adopted, right? We want as many biosamples to be added to it. And so for the people providing samples, we want to make it pretty much free. It's completely affordable, and then just get mass adoption, right? We want to charge the people buying the samples. So if Pfizer says, I want to buy 1,000 samples from the UK biobank, we want to charge them a transaction fee. So that's where that's coming from. And the ZK proof, we haven't hit that point just yet. Right now, it's just adding retrospective samples towards a marketplace. But if we wanted to do it down the line, I mean, the things that I've thought about particularly, also Max is the guy I'm working with. You can, Max, put your hand up. If you want more technical, specific views on the ZK, he can elaborate on a lot more. But the ideas that I have so far would be things like chain link deco, If you log into like a TLS session, you log into your Epic records or something, and then you've passed that barrier, and then it can scan for yes, no answers to phenotypes developed in doctor's notes and whatever else. That's like the initial idea that I have.
Yeah. Thank you, yeah.
Fantastic talk and products, so super exciting. One question is, you mentioned at the end people building on top. That's obviously one of the interesting stuff with blockchain. What do you foresee people building on top of this?
Really good point. So we don't really want to launch a token right now. It's just going to confuse the people that we're trying to work with, right? And I think that's a big problem with tokens in general. So let's say there's no token involved at the minute, but imagine a world in which there were a token. What could you do with it? Imagine like we build more bespoke solutions for the New York Blood Center, like allogeneic donation centers, or the Anthony Nolan stem cell registry, or the ASRM, American Society of Reproductive Medicine, right? All of them have like their own bespoke problems with biosample traceability right now. And if you take the instance of the ASRM, for example, like women are incentivized, rightly or wrongly is a debate, but like they have a huge upside for donating eggs, right, for fertility, for other people, for a market. Right now, people do that more often than they're legally allowed to, and you end up creating dangers where you can have biological siblings in small geographies without being able to trace these things properly. So ASRM has a huge issue right now. I can see the Athena DAO people could probably talk about this for ages.
It's very difficult to donate eggs, actually. Is that something that happens like very easy to do?
It's not easy. Yeah, it's not. Yeah, it's a big process to.
If people that are trying to do egg donation are running into a lot of problems because of like dementia, but it's not easy to do at all.
Yeah.
And it's a problem because you have to use substantial size.
Totally.
But not easy.
Sure. Yeah. So it's not easy to donate eggs, but often when eggs then are donated, you don't have better, like good ways to track them, right? So that's another thing. We've spoken with the ASRM about building a central register for them to be able to see, without knowing who the women are, like you could still see this batch of these eggs went to these places, so don't do this combination of sperm and egg because it's been done 4 times within Portland or something, right? That is an example of a bespoke application you could build on top of the decentralized network for one type of biosample storage facility. And so there's ways tokenomics could play into that, and there's ways that DAOs and other people can play into that as well. Yeah.
Any more questions? No. Thank you very much. Let's get a round of applause.
Thank you.
It is break time now. So join us after the break when Lou will be talking about network states and other new network sovereigns.
Okay, cool. Okay, everyone, hello. We are in for the last hall. Thank you for staying all this time. Super interesting talk coming up. I spent the first 2 months of this year in Honduras, in Prospero, Vitalia. I'm going to hear from Vitalia shortly, but before, to give an introduction to what network state is, why it's relevant, and how it can accelerate science. Over to Lou Decay from Foresight Institute. Stage is yours.
Thank you, Bharat. Thanks, everyone, for being here, still at this advanced stage of the conference. So my name is Lou. I'm actually here not in my quality of with my Foresight hat, but with my political science researcher hat, for this talk about the human aspects of all of this, science and tech. So what do we talk about? When we talk about new network sovereignties, and I will explain also the difference with network states, is in simple terms a new category of actors, human actors, that unlock cooperation on the global scale, that are not nation states, but have enough autonomy that we can start talking about them being sovereign. And before I get into, I'm just going to give you a lot of examples to illustrate this talk. But before I dive into it, I just wanted to give you the base definition. So the nation state is the sort of political unit of our global political system. This, the global political system that we have is completely ubiquitous. There is no place on the globe that isn't like really a territory of a nation state, but it hasn't always been this way. This system dates back from the 17th century after the treaties of Westphalia. So we talk about the Westphalian model of sovereignty. However, this model is today in question for a variety of reasons tied to digital technology and also to globalization. For instance, here, like I gave you the example of passports and citizenships. Like we live in a globalized world. I'm sure that a lot of you have traveled and been confronted to the sort of heaviness of these systems. If you, for instance, try to, as a non-American, to stay in the US. And I imagine that most of us in this room are among the people who are fortunate to have like easy passports, but the passport and citizenship system is extremely unfair for some, and some passports in the world make it just really hard, like to move around. And so membership in the nation state is determined by, we say, blood or land. Today it seems really complicated to deal with this. Another reason why the system is getting problematic is that we have really existential challenges that require coordination on the global scale. Among those, global warming and also AI alignment and AI potential arms races that would require completely global coordination system, the realization that we are all interdependent and not an administration of these issues that is based on territory. It just doesn't make sense to administer these problems on a territorial level only. So, following this, there's already been like a few changes. One famous one is this, the e-residency launched by Estonia. I think this slide from their presentation is funny. It's like only getting divorced cannot be done online for now. So the future is coming, truly. Can't wait. But that's still in the context of a bit like this territory dynamics. There is also Liberland. Like here, I'm talking about examples that date back from like half a decade ago. So what preceded like network states and new network sovereignties? That's Liberland. Anyone heard of them? It's this like little, yeah, cool, awesome, little group of libertarians who decided to found this unclaimed territory between Croatia and Serbia, and went and settled like a little colony there. You can see that it's a small group, and claim it as a new country and made their own rules. But it's been really hard for them. Like, to be fair, I think they get raided by the police pretty often. Because, of course, I think, for a variety of reasons. Even more out there, literally out there, Asgardia, the first nation in space, entirely in space, they launched one satellite, tiny, like this, but this is the entire self-declared territory of the country. This is mostly for fun. But what's really new now? In this sort of like, okay, so this example, they talk about, and they address these two issues, and they have this a bit like exit mentality, which is, okay, we don't like the network state, we don't like the nation state, we don't like these rules, we're going to create our own country somewhere else. Here, we have a new addition, which is digital technology. Digital technology, like, you can think about communication technology, the internet, messaging apps, we all have them, but also tech design to create and maintain trust. And of course, if you're here today, you're probably familiar with those technology, blockchain reputation system, zero knowledge proofs, voting mechanisms, etc., etc. So big opportunities for coordination there that unlocks completely new potential. Amidst this, Balaji Srinivasan, which is a tech entrepreneur, published this book, The Network State, in which it describes like a proposition for basically a path to create network state. And it starts with a digital community that builds trust, that then builds also, like, accumulates resources, use them to buy some territory, and so on, and like grows in size, and ultimately, by the way of its size and economy and resources, can be acknowledged as a new nation by the global nation-state system. I think Balaji's book has the merit of having like a great mimetic power. It really propagated the idea. I think it is still, if you remember, we have these global challenges to address, and it is still like a exit-based like governance system. It is still being like, I am discontent with this state of things. Let's make my own, like, plant a flag here, but it doesn't really, to me, acknowledge that we are interdependent, and like this is a fact of reality, and we need systems that are aligned, that integrate these interdependencies in a way that like incentives align with them and push our system in the right direction. Otherwise, we're just probably continuing to walk toward existential troubles. That's why a bunch of researchers, including me, proposed this new term also of coordinations, and that was a sort of like normative proposition for a model that is more not exist-based, that is supposed to acknowledge these interdependencies and propose like a participative, voluntary system for coordination that is an added layer on top of nation-states' existing systems, but that is not sort of like I'm creating my own island strategy. The background for this deep intellectual debate was Suzalu. I imagine that a lot of you have heard of it, if not been there. But this was the prototype created by Vitalik Buterin in order precisely to experiment with these ideas of network state. It was inspired by Balaji. And that was a pop-up city that lasted 2 months in Montenegro last year to experiment precisely with these new models of governance, but also with to advance like science and technology. It was great, and it was great. I went with a lot of suspicions, and I was pleasantly surprised. No, it's true. So, okay, now that you're maybe starting to see a little bit the picture, what can network sovereignties do? Okay, I forgot to say. From there, after that, we wrote this paper. We were like, okay, coordinations are like one proposition, network states are one proposition. How can we start like to conceptualize this like whole emergence of new entities beyond the nation state? And we decided to call it network sovereignties. And so what can they do? 5 minutes, okay. Vitalia, you will have a full talk about this later, but it's really interesting because from, it's really taking the problem hands-on, advancing toward one goal, which is to make death optional, and working with really interesting specific legal system because it's located in Prospera, which is a special economic zone situated in Honduras. I won't say more. Edge City, which is a spin-off of Zuzalu, which is happening in June in the Bay Area and in Thailand in September and October, and which to me has more this like coordination aspect. So they don't care about the territory, but they create a community that is interdependent and that is trying to advance technology and generally think about how we can make life better for humans and within the context of the planet. Afropolitan, which actually predates like a bunch of what I talked about. I think they were founded in 2016, but I think it's an interesting model. It's like proposing to be a digital nation for the African diaspora. And earlier I was talking to you about this problem with visas. And so you could really think about a situation where a big organization, because it has more bargaining power, is able to negotiate with nation states about getting visa quotas. So that could be like one thing that one of these new network sovereignties could do. This is a political theory point. I won't bother you with it unless you beg me after. 3 relational strategies to the host countries. So what are the relationship of the new network sovereignties with traditional nation states? They could be positive, affirming. So for instance, the Afropolitan theoretical example I gave you with the visas. Neutral and seen, so they operate in parallel, but like everyone is going about their business. And negative, antagonistic, so typically resisting or countering traditional sovereign systems. And here I think about my friends from Iran who are like, perpetually trying to operate outside of the Iranian regime and like trying to find ways to do that. And like for that, blockchain technology can be quite useful. There are still a ton of questions that we are exploring with this research group. Both, I'm not going to read them all, but how these entities are good for political participation, how they open new avenues, how do they scale, what are the challenges in establishing them, what impact they have on the various stakeholders of the world, what legal status should they have, and should they have one. As you've seen, there's so much variety in this like emergent movement that it's really hard to define it as one thing, and also a lot of legal challenges. Obviously, we've talked about a few already, and generally a good question being great. How can we pave the way towards a more inclusive and participatory global governance agenda? Like how can they help address these big challenges that we talked earlier? Like how can we all coordinate as humans to do that? For those who are interested in like researchers in these areas, we are hosting a residency in Germany from May to September. It's only 1 month that you have to come. So that's if that's related to your field of study. And sorry, I hope everyone got it. Let me know when it's good. And for the rest, then I'll send you just the links to network sovereignty things. And that's it. And if there is time, I will take a question. Thank you.
Questions at the
No time
moment?
for questions.
Unfortunately not, but we can after.
Okay, this is for
yes.
Research references.
So now we've got Lawrence Ion speaking. He is dialing in remotely from Honduras, or this island off the coast of Honduras, this little quarter that this private entity, Prospera, have purchased off the government and have allowed them to have different regulatory barriers for biotech. So that's primarily what Lawrence is going to talk about. The talk is titled Vitalia City, the Los Alamos for Longevity Research. Now, we normally don't allow remote presentations, but we thought it makes sense to talk about network states being presented from a network state. So.
Hello? I can hear you.
I think you're good to go, Lawrence. Can you speak?
I can hear, it's a bit hard to hear, but I hear something. You're talking to me, right?
Yes, we can hear you. Over to you,
good.
over to you.
It's a bit muffled, but good to see some familiar faces there. I see a lot of Italians as well, and I know a lot of you that are there, and I wish I was there in a way, but also I wish all of you were here. I'm Lawrence Ion. I'm a founder of, the co-founder and co-initiator of this community here. And it's, I get this question a lot of, hey, you're building this big thing, a city that for longevity, and what do you mean a city, right? Like, what does that have to do with science? And do you mean like an actual place where people can live and with buildings and you build real estate, right? So we have an actual location, yes, where people can come. It doesn't yet look like a Los Alamos where you're sort of top down building a lot of housing or so on. We came to this existing resort, but also built this big white dome. So we're doing some things in the physical world, but also it's not, it starts online, right? So it's cloud first, a new model to build a new city, a new society that is self-governing. And also people are like, okay, but initially it's a place where you can go, and it's, how is it self-governing? Like, what are you deciding how you can live together? What are the silent hours between like 10 p.m. and 8 a.m. or things like that? And I'm like, no, literally, we want to have a society where we can decide our own fate. And of course, new cities have been built before for science to fix, for us to solve very hard, big problems like life extension. And this is a defining question of our mortal existence. For me, it is about freedom from disease. It's about my grandma keeping her mental faculties. It's about my grandpa keeping up with my sister on the dance floor. And I think society isn't doing enough. The world isn't waking up from this pro-aging trance to act on this new medical paradigm that is longevity, to target aging itself as a root cause. And so we need to come together, coordinate. Crypto is all about coordination, and we're trying to apply that for science, right? And the ultimate matter in which people coordinate is through some kind of in-person co-living situation governance, right? Not necessarily government, but governance. And we really should do better, because this is life and death. 110,000 people is the number of deaths every day. That is a crazy number. That's 40 million people per year. People can't even comprehend the magnitude here. There's the scope and sensitivity. Maybe it's better to say, look, if you divide it, that's 1 second, 1 life. It's way bigger of a crisis than COVID. This number is the kind of attention, the percentage of taxes in the US, for example, where that go to age-related research, aging biology. Society doesn't see this as a big problem, even though it's way bigger than COVID, right? COVID was seen as this crisis. It happened to us. It was unexpected versus, Alzheimer's, heart disease, all these age-related diseases. They're just kind of there. And it's like water to the fish. And also we are afraid to hope, and we put it out of our mind. So, but some of us think this is too little, way too little. Maybe it should be 1% of GDP or things like that, and we should put towards this mission. But we don't need to convince the whole world. Some of us can go to a place in a sandbox, show how things are potentially done in a better way, and use our collective resources to direct them towards this mission. And then the world can also learn. And it's very important for the world, because there's this situation we're in right now of this inverted pyramid, way more. We already have more people over 65 than people under 5. We have this aging population, decreasing in numbers, fewer and fewer kids, right? And these kids will grow up. Most of them are in developing nations, and most of the old people are in developed nations. It's just unsustainable. The pension system is already not working out. It's becoming worse and worse as an inverted pyramid that will collapse. It's the silver tsunami. It's really bad. We need to think in a new paradigm where instead of paying a lot to keep elderly people sick for longer, we should actually rejuvenate them. So instead of paying for them, they actually can contribute their wisdom, their knowledge, and actually add value to society. So instead of losing a lot of our GDP towards that, and not even doing a good job, and not even serving them, we instead can all benefit. Everyone can be happy and productive. And crypto is all about coordination. We can coordinate to achieve amazing things, like going to the moon, like achieving the Manhattan Project, the nuclear bomb, right? We should wake up and actually stop fucking around and work the same way to cure aging. And so drugs that target aging are, I think, the future of medicine. Instead of the status quo of managing symptoms, keeping people in that sick, poor state of health for longer, let's attack the root cause of chronic disease, which is aging itself, and get the real grip on age-related disease. And aging is malleable. It has been slowed and reversed in lab animals by dozens of interventions, by a lot. But things are not going well. On the left, we have the value of death. We have the university, academic research, and then actual translational research in the middle, and like getting to industry, building IP, having something fundable by VCs and out licensable to pharma, right, to actually develop them into drugs, for example, in this specific case. And on the right, you have Eroom's law, the inverse of Moore's law. I don't know if Jack Scannell is there, but he's a friend. He basically devised this and published research papers around how it's getting worse and worse, declining productivity. The return of investment for pharma on their research and development is actually below the cost of capital. So they're losing money. Their only hope is kind of acquiring startups. And the main issue there, I think, is the regulation. And as a founding member of an online community like Vita DAO, I know that we can come together for a common goal and be effective. We've deployed a lot of millions of dollars into many projects. And this is taking that academic research over that value of death. spinning out new companies that can actually develop drugs. But you see, you can't have online medicine, right? You are an online community. Eventually you need to give people in physical, in meat space. You need to give them drugs, right? And the status quo of how you do that is clinical trials going through the FDA and similar regulators, and this is just not acceptable. We need to exit that status quo. I think this is a huge bottleneck. We have this paternalistic, monopolistic system that's creating an invisible graveyard. Regulators are good, ambitious people, but it's all about incentives, right? You have the incentive to increase power, maximize scope, make sure that everything is safe, but you're also making it slower, more expensive, so a lot of innovation doesn't happen. And so you're, while trying to make sure that everything is okay and nobody is harmed financially or health-wise, you're maybe saving a few, but millions are dying, billions actually, right, all the time, because you're preventing medicine that would have saved their lives, made their lives better from going to market. And of course, we want to find a balance. We don't want to say, okay, well, we don't want to have accidents. People will die unless we put the speed limit at 4 miles an hour. That's just not not the best way to go about it. It's not safety for all costs, right? You do want to be safe and reasonable, right? So I think it's fine to try to reform the current system. That's maybe should be most of the effort, maybe 80%, right? But at 20 sort of hedge, let's build a different way as a hedge. So of course, a sandbox, the world can watch and just incorporate what works and discard what doesn't. I highly recommend this movie, The Dallas Buyers Club, for an exceptional story about the HIV community coming together to decide their own fate when the FDA was failing them. This is DeSci in the 90s. So we want to move at warp speed in drug development, not Operation Warp Speed for a COVID vaccine in 8 months when it usually takes 15 years because COVID is such a big deal. No. Aging, Alzheimer's, all these things are way bigger deal. Let's do warp speed for this. And yes, we can do it in 4 months and much more cheaply. But starting a new city or country is hard. Balaji has come with this book and kind of started the movement around the network state to basically have DAOs also crowdfund territory and potentially eventually get diplomatic recognition. But how do you come from an online community to actually get some diplomatic recognition so you can create your own laws and regulations? Well, we came up, this is Vitalik's reproduction of something Balaji had presented a while back. You have, you can start with an MVP of where we experiment there. 1 order of magnitude farther than co-living spaces in number of people, 1 order of magnitude farther than conferences in duration, right? So we started with Zuzalu, the 2-month pop-up city in Montenegro, started by Vitalik Buterin. We gathered 200 residents, 500 visitors between March and May last year. Housed everyone in a close proximity in a comfortable but isolated location to kind of get a taste of what it would be like to live in a new city, a crypto city. Then we, in January, started Vitalia, initially with also a 2-month pop-up city for 200 people to see that this kind of permanent city. And now here we are, we extended our housing. There's an apartment tower being built and people can move into it within a few weeks. We still have a core community here of builders, an accelerator, where co-living and co-working, and anyone can join. Feel free to scan the QR code. You can apply to join. Mainly entrepreneurs, but also artists and scientists working on this one commandment to make death optional. Vitalia.city is the website. I also have a little video here of how it's been. Some memories very, very dear to my heart. recognize the song. This is how we started with vision for art as well.
Let's dance in style, let's dance for a while.
Connection.
Heaven can wait, we're only watching the skies. Hoping for the best, but expecting the worst. Are you gonna drop the bomb or not? Let us die young or let us live forever. We don't have the power, but we never say never. Sitting in a sandpit, life is a short trip. The music's for the sad man.
Building the dome.
Can you imagine when this race is won? Turn our golden faces into the sun. Praising our leaders, we're getting in tune. The music's led by the madman. Forever young, I want to be forever young. Do you really want to live forever? Forever, forever, forever.
So that was just a quick teaser of how it feels like to be here. We will have multiple hubs, not just here in Roatan, in the special economic zone of Prospera. We are working with other governments negotiating to establish new special economic zones so that we can have a self-governing community and have this environment where we can accelerate clinical trials. And of course, if we have one location, it's centralized, it could be shut down. So it's good to have multiple and relocation insurance so that we can move between them if there is an issue instead of try to defend our ground or anything. We're geeks with computers. We're not gonna fight if people don't want us here. So we have big plans. Initially this year, we wanna have 200 semi-permanent residents here and have a critical mass. It feels like a real city. But also online members and a focus on people that actually build companies towards this mission. In the next 2 years, try out multiple other locations, create pop-up cities there, see if we like it, and also the governments like us, and potentially create special economic zones, and keep scaling, go to many cities as well to have mini Vitalia experiences without necessarily the regulatory autonomy, but still with the co-living experience. And eventually, of course, we want to have a big city that is similar to Dubai, Hong Kong level, and multiple locations, of course, million+ residents, tens of millions of members online, and a lot of value created in equity and land, and most importantly, a lot of products that can increase healthy life years for humanity by more than 1 trillion. So the first location, Prosper, Honduras, it's the only place where we have the maximum legal autonomy that we need. And we have other locations that we can go into in the questions. Already here, there is a company, Minicircle, that has done gene therapy also on Brian Johnson, which you might have heard of. They had a phase 1 trial passed a while ago, and now they're just selling to customers and going through phase 2 to see if it's also efficacious. But that's key, where they can actually sell even before proving efficacy, right? That's how the FDA used to be before 1962, when they had a deadline of 6 months to approve a new drug. So we're trying to get closer to that. They're using the GARM clinic, which is the best clinic on the island, has been around for a long time, regenerative medicine, stem cells, and so on. Glenn Terry is a renowned physician. Getting here is quite easy from the south of the US. Also, there's a direct flight from Madrid 2 times a week. We have a Montessori school for those that have families. So yeah, we'd love to see a lot of you here in Roatan, and we have scholarships available. And upcoming in about a week, we have the investor demo day for the companies that are building here. We have, I think, about 15 companies already presenting. And then we have a fellowship for those that wanna come and build. We do provide more grants. Then April 26, 28, a Safe Harbor Crypto Conference, talking about providing regulations such that people can build safely, especially in crypto. We have this unique advantage with root access to this jurisdiction, where we can allow tokenization of equity, tokenization of land. Also, of course, these new medical regulations and so on. You can build anything. then of course a lot of things will be happening through the rest of the year. Stay tuned. This QR code goes to Vitalia.city. So would love to see you on Roatan. If you have any questions, I'm here.
Amazing. I think we can take a couple of questions, but I think the mic sounds aren't heard by him. Yeah, okay. So if someone has got a question, if you shout it out, I'll say it.
If people want to start new hubs, how do we do that?
People want to start new hubs? So actually, that's a really great question because there are some people in our community that are starting initially co-living spaces in various cities. So just contact me. I'm just Lawrence Ion on Telegram, and we'd be happy to collaborate, have that sort of franchise model where there can be a space where people can go and co-work and have events and have healthy food available and exercise together. And some people also, of course, if they want, live there in a few bedrooms, and just keep scaling that up to also have healthy neighborhoods eventually in major cities. But the key is that we still want to funnel people to the frontier where we are building without all the restrictions that are happening in the major cities, which are very hard to change. So yeah, there's online, there's existing major cities locations, and then there's special economic zones. And if you also want to start a pop-up city in another potential special economic zones, we can also talk about that. The idea is to decentralize this and have a lot more. So happy to talk.
Lawrence, what risk is there that the local government there in Honduras might change their mind about keeping you there in this protected state?
It's actually, the worst has happened. Well, I would say a new president about 2 years ago has been elected on the platform of repealing the laws that allows these special economic zones, these ZEs here. And they haven't really been able to do much. They repealed one law, but they didn't even go through with actually repealing the constitutional change. And then there's also a stability, a treaty for international stability treaty, which gives another 48 years. And right now, just the government isn't doing much. The government will change. But even so, it seems that it has stood the test of time, and it will continue to. But the best safety is indeed to have other locations where we can say, look, if you don't want us here, we have other places to go to do what we want. So hopefully they see the value eventually. I think a lot of people, of course, see that, and some people are understandably afraid of, what if Prospera expands and takes their land or something? But of course, there's just a lot of FUD. Prospera cannot do that, but some people, of course, will still be afraid, and there is a bit of a political fight as well, because whatever the previous government did is bad, right? So you gotta change it, and this is happening all over the world all the time. But it's stable. Go ahead.
Besides all the activity in Roatan, what other events in other places are planned for this year for Vitalia?
Besides the what on Roatan?
Besides everything that's listed in Roatan, outside of Roatan, anything planned for the rest of the year?
We're really focusing on bringing this critical mass here, and we haven't yet announced a new location for a pop-up city. And also when it comes to these small meetups or co-living spaces in various cities, nothing is set up yet. But the key is you really got to come here to see the magic.
When do you plan to decide on further locations?
Where we plan other locations?
Yes, when will you decide?
Oh, when? So probably next year we'll go to other locations. TBD, it depends on a lot of things, but we're looking at Montenegro again, going back. We're still in good relationships with the government, looking at Georgia and Zanzibar and Sao Tome in Africa. Also here, there's Belize and Panama and Uruguay, Argentina. There's some Indian tribes in the US and Canada that are potential locations, but there's a lot of legal work to do and yeah, a lot to figure out. I didn't get the full question, but I think I get the direction. Let me know if I answer it.
What are the specific regulatory freedoms that you've already achieved in this state?
Right, so there's medical freedom. There's a basis of common law where as long as you have a contract with someone, you can agree to try out something. But when you do something, when you give someone medicine, right, you might cause harm. There should be liability for that. Usually you just get sued, but to make sure that there's an incentive beforehand, you need to have an insurance company insure you. Of course, you can create your own insurance company, but the point is that someone needs to pay in case there is harm done, right? So then the insurance company becomes a sort of regulator that ensures that there won't be liability. And the key is that it's not monopolistic and paternalistic anymore. You have competition between multiple insurance companies so that they will not only ensure that it's safe, but also that it's fast and cheap, because otherwise their competitor is going to do a better job, right? So you get optimal regulation. There's also the ability to use any regulatory environment of any of the top 20 or 30 OECD countries, or you can also create or propose your own regulations. That's what GARM did and Minicircle did. They proposed to a panel of judges, and then they agreed, look, these steps are similar to the FDA, but like way more streamlined. So you can do a trial with a few $100,000 in a few months, instead of billions of dollars in decade plus. That is the status quo. So this is already in place. It cannot really get better than this.
Okay, I think we're good. All right, thank you very much, Lawrence.
Thank you very much. It's a long process.
All right, before I hand it over to Alfie for some closing words, I think Manu or Maria wanted to make a quick announcement.
Hi. Join me, Maria. So, yeah, hi everyone. My name is Manuel Hilario.
I'm Maria Freitas.
Exactly, and we are both the operators for the upcoming DeSci round on Gitcoin, starting next month in April. For the last DeSci round on Gitcoin last year, we supported a total of 65 DeSci projects with 75K in matching, plus all the individual donations that people all around the globe did for the DeSci projects. So we're looking forward to support ecosystem growth with right now 25K in matching, and we are always looking for co-marketing partners who want to support the effort. Right now we have a group of roughly 20 co-marketing partners, more than 200 community members around the Gitcoin ecosystem who are continuously bringing more eyeballs onto the whole topic around decentralized science. So if you have an interest in either applying as a grantee, as a co-marketing partner, as a sponsor, let us know. Please scan this QR code, Gitcoin DiSci, to be also a part of our Gitcoin DiSci community group on Telegram. And I'm looking forward to see your vision, your project in our grant round next month. Thank you. Maria, any last closing remarks?
Yes, we are running elections for the stewards, so it's still open. If you want to help us to filter the right projects for this round, you're very welcome. Please follow this QR code. In Telegram, we are going to inform you about the procedures. Thank you.
Thanks.
I promise I'll be short, given that you've all sat through 2 days of a lot of talks. I just wanted to give a massive thank you to all of the volunteers and everyone here for turning out, and of course the sponsors as well. We wouldn't have been able to do any of this without you, and so, I mean, it really is like a whole effort from so many different parties to bring together everything in this form. So if I could just get a round of applause for all of those people. And without further ado, I will announce that proceedings come to a close. And yeah, so we have an after party that is in Park Royal. There will be a coach leaving here at 7 p.m. So just over an hour and 20 minutes to get some food, maybe change clothes. And then, yeah, we're going to have some DeSci science nerd fun. So I hope I can see as many of you there as possible. Lots of love. Oh, and thank you to our AV team as well. Sorry. They've been absolutely fantastic. Massive round of applause for them.